November 2nd, 2023. Gaza is under relentless bombardment. Thousands are dead, most of them civilians. And Ila, an Israeli who served in the IOF, is on camera watching an old podcast clip where she talks about her military service. You'd think in that moment she might say something, reflect, acknowledge, criticize, but no. She just sucks on a lollipop. This is the same person who insists no one else can speak on the conflict unless they're Israeli, not even Jews from outside the country. And yet, when given the chance to speak from that so-called position of authority, she says nothing while the bombs fall. However, Ethan has something to add.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like, these guys.
But they go specifically to...
Oh my God, I'm almost like even empathizing with
Impossible.
the Palestinians in this fucking clip.
My goodness. A round of applause for this hell of a man. Voices for Palestinians Instagram, put that post back up. By God. Yes. Yes. Fast forward to February 7th, 2025, and Ila getting a Star of David tattoo. Ethan says she's embracing her identity. Sure, that's one way to look at it. Although I must say that this pose with this tattoo could leave some people to wonder what's happening here. And when the backlash rolls in, with people calling her out for the tattoo, some even comparing it to a swastika, she's suddenly ready to speak. She's not silent then. She's fully here to talk about the anti-Semitism she faces and call people out. But where was this voice when the hard questions about Israel's actions were on the table? Where was the voice when it was time to acknowledge the responsibility tied to her identity? When watching this, it left me with a weird aftertaste. When she watches Hassan use the word genocide in regards to Israel's actions,
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
she gets snarky and defensive. The crickets are still cricketing about her lack of public criticism in regards of almost everything Israel does. But when it's time to defend her right to wear a symbol that, let's be honest, not only represents Judaism but also Israel, she's loud. She got the words to speak up. But when it's time to speak out about the actions of her country, the silence is deafening.
It's successful in its own right, and there's really nothing shady going on with Teddy Fresh.
So, Ila Klein, fashion mogul, creative genius, and self-proclaimed authority in what makes good merch. She's got opinion.
Still not. The pants are just terrible.
Terrible. This is Brazil.
What?
My goodness. Why are they not more swag?
And especially when it comes to Hassan Piker's merch.
Wait, so why is he dressed like that? Let me see this one with the sword. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, what are you doing with the sword there, bud? What year is it?
What does the shirt
Is this
say?
fucking
Narrative overcomes truth. Oh my God. The art is
cool.
Hassan sitting on his computer reading chat.
I like the art on all of it. I agree that the captions make it kind of...
It's the concept.
Yeah, the art.
I have no problem with the art at all.
In her eyes, his photo shoot is cringe and themeless. For someone that is the creative force behind Teddy Fresh and seemingly wants to be a fashion mogul, you don't have to like Hassan to understand there is a deliberate and recognizable theme here. Aestheticized political rebellion through modern streetwear with a mall ninja vibe leading into satire. Is it so hard to recognize that? Now, I'm not saying this because I'm upset that someone said mean things about his merch. This is just a great example of how personal bias can make someone look like a huge hypocrite. Because if you're going to critique someone else's brand, your own better be good. And that brings us to Teddy Fresh.
Tell me, what does Teddy Fresh mean? How, what does, how,
I don't know. It's a little teddy bear.
Ila has always emphasized how much of Teddy Fresh is her original vision. The brand, she claims, is deeply personal, uniquely designed, and all her own work. In 2017, again, the same interview with her husband, she explained how she loves to draw her designs by hand. Back then, she was still in the process of understanding their own concept and developing Teddy Fresh. Now, 8 years later, I wonder if Ila found her concept. Because what we see a lot of in their marketing is this kidcore. Adult models dressed like kids and presented like kids and teenagers, paired with environments that contain things like a poster with the words on the wall.
Referred to as a lolly.
What's that?
It's like a genre of hentai where the girls are...
Team deathmatch. Neutralize all
And
threats.
it's interesting to see her reaction to this because her own brand's marketing sometimes leans into aesthetics that aren't, of course, the same thing, but kind of in the same neighborhood. And then those themes young faces on blue is undoubtedly critical. I just want to say that this is quite irresponsible, and that if the issue is about how people present their merch, then Teddy Fresh needs to let's talk a little bit.
Change advantage, now hold it.
Instances where Teddy Fresh had been accused of dipping a little too deep
They've taken the lead.
of inspiration from fellow designers. Some might even say they snorkeled. Now, I am not behind it. I just the Teddy X-ray long sleeve is particularly interesting.
We're winning.
Because
Keep
two
it that
parts
way.
might appear as quite similar to two separate designs. This is a long sleeve Philip Klein. It looks like the body was ripped out by Philip Klein, except for the head, and illustrator's portfolio has a teddy bear with a head that could be identical to the head of this teddy bear from Teddy Fresh. The holes of the button, they're at the exact same position. I understand that it's hard to come up with these guys, but come on, did you draw a teddy bear like that?
All kinds of sketches for the teddy bear.
Was it all the...
Those were all my attempts at making the...
It's very much possible that the design was licensed, but when was there maybe disclosure about Teddy Fresh deciding to license designs? It's okay to be transparent about that.
So we didn't realize it was an exact copy until it was brought up recently. And when people say, well, why don't you do your due diligence? I'm like, bro, it's a fucking knitting book from 1995. The design is dead from this planet. It was like some cosmic coincidence that someone even found it in a thrift store.
Sure, if this is the truth, then fair enough. However, it's crazy how frequently cosmic coincidences appear to occur. Here is a Teddy Fresh sick about to monster. And here's a PS3 game from 2013 called Cabela's Dangerous Hunts.
This is a license. It may not even be a licensed image. I don't know. It's a video. Completely different.
When you take a closer look, there is still water around the bear's paw like in the original PS3 video game art. You can see that the bear has a little stub because the text was blocking, so they just cut its arm. Whatever. In the words of Ethan Klein,
It doesn't matter anyway.
I just find it kind of funny how they write off one similarity as, oh, interesting.
I will admit is a little too close for comfort. I don't know what happened with this one, to be honest. Yeah, it's Prada. I recognize that sweater. It's a Prada sweater with the flames. I mean, this one's on a hoodie. Yeah, I mean, this one's a little sus. I agree. I'm not sure what happened here. That's probably maybe the only one that
Move it! And also, like I mentioned earlier, organizations and their good cause
Shit, sniper working.
that have been made. Because why not H3? And while Victims First spoke very highly of Teddy Fresh and said that they were the largest donator at that time with an awesome let's go! Victims, let's just say that one of the other organizations received donations from Teddy Fresh, nor did they receive any communication. Will get resolved, and that Teddy Fresh can continue to have a great impact on various causes in the future.
criticized for being pro-life, and also he said that crazy stuff. Okay, well, clearly you're gonna have evidence to support that, right?
Absolutely. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your discipline, and prepare for a smooth descent into absolutely wild complex commentary. Here, we are reacting to iDubbbz's Content Cop video, in which he contextualizes his wife's background.
Incoming stuff! Yeah, we know. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. They've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So, Anissa is very well served.
Hostile violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Ela grew up, perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps. Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant How dare you attempt to lecture me on this?
Learned your fucking lesson yet? Please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
On the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, "No, I'm not gonna defend you."
BDA 1 down.
That's literally what he said.
I mean,
His
he
argument.
made the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, like that he was saying.
That's exactly what he's saying. And
He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
that's not even that. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
There is so much to unpack here. For example, Hezbollah was formed in 1982 in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. How on earth can you, Ela, sit there and talk down generational trauma while flipping this around into a narrative that makes your home country look like the victim in all of this? You, who once claimed that non-Israelis can't speak out without authority on these matters. I honestly wonder if you even realize that it was Israel, your own country, that occupied Lebanon for 18 years during your lifetime, or that in 2006, following the killing of 3 Israeli soldiers and the capture of 2 by Hezbollah, Israel responded not with diplomacy, but with massive airstrikes, artillery, 1,100 civilians, and we did that not one to be called terrorists.
Well, listen, they can call Israeli soldiers terrorists, but like you weren't a soldier. They didn't go that far.
I mean, terrorist is not a
The army people should serve in because it is honorable.
the singer in the army and everybody will commend them. Like, that's really nice. You know, you're paying your dude.
And you guys sit there and you laugh and say,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish
and I honestly find it remarkable how Ela can say,
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
right after victimizing yourself, even though he was only talking about the IOF in that moment.
I mean,
His
he
argument.
made
Do I
sure
have it
to
wrong?
include the flag so...
Mark's been deleted.
That's what he was saying. He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you. Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
Now, I want to be very clear that obviously Ela and Ethan have the right to criticize Hamas. But it
Hostile
surely isn't
UAV
just
established
to
overhead.
Criticize exactly. Like here when they pause right after hearing that Israel's occupation must end in all Palestinian land.
The occupation must end in the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all Palestinians. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda about. My point is when Israelis hear from the ocean to the sea, they hear all of this. And guess what? He's saying on the screen of the clip he showed.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between 2 people and one people is not comfortable with the statement, people can get behind it. Yeah, but one of the American version of what's
Semtex,
Striking honesty from someone who is
Enemy
often
long right.
quick to silence criticism. I wrote a bunch of conclusions for this video, but to simply summarize it, my takeaway with Ela is that
Hold the line, Crimson. This is ours to lose.
they're not getting up. If you believe
Taking fire.
I was the grandmaster.
let me
Because that, like, the way I was born here. I don't care. Like, I don't know. And now I have to choose.
All units prepare for exfil. This one's ours.
Oh, hell yeah. That's how it's done.
Since before she thought it wasn't her fight, she never belonged. I was like, I don't really want to be involved in this because.
Throwing stuff.
Yeah, so it gets through to you. Because I went to a very liberal college, went to UC Santa Cruz, and there it's like, they literally have protests on the campus of like Israeli soldiers executing Palestinians. Wow. And I was like, okay, yeah, totally what it is. But when you go there and then you learn, because you spend time with that tribe and you understand all their talking points and it's just so cool.
I do wonder what happened down the line to these guys, but thanks for watching the video. Bye.
And the cheap Palestinian labor employed in the early settlements was seen as corrupting Zionist ideals. It was in this context of this debate that Ashkenazi Zionist Shmuel Yavneli stated that Yemeni Jewish labor can take the place of the Arabs. But Yemenis were found to be unsuitable workers and were expelled from many settlements. Some were later allowed to work in settlements in the south, provided they built their dwellings outside. The presence of Yemeni Jews was so disturbing to the Ashkenazi leadership that even Ahad Ham, his name's Asher Ginsburg, the renowned Zionist humanist, worried that Yemenite immigration affects the nature of the Zionist settlement by dint of their different culture and mentality. The Zionist project, and there's also another quote which I'll bring up. I actually need to grab a book.
Domination. Secure the objective. Taking C. Removing Charlie. Taking Bravo underway.
I think that this is important to read out. So on page 77 of Being Israeli,
we lost B.
This influx was not merely a spontaneous event. It was orchestrated and carried out by the newly established state of Israel. In the wake
They're taking all the...
the barring of emigration from communist
Taking
Eastern
A.
Europe, potential of Middle Eastern and North African Jews. By the way, this is always the key point to note. Why if Israel is saving a place, saving people monstrous, barbarous
Locking down Bravo. They're taking C.
Israel's motivation.
Securing B.
But the need to create a Hebrew majority.
Bravo is ours. Give me eyes on the sky. Requesting recon overhead.
Ben-Gurion cried out that the country was in danger.
Authorizing CUAV.
But the Arabs were beaten precisely because they were magnetized.
Losing Bravo.
Enemy standing.
Securing Lone Hill. Taking B. Bravo zone secure.
It's because of the Arab anti-Semitism. There is so much more to by Hassan. But there's also so much more to it.
We lost B.
Look at this.
Enemies down.
Read this.
Locking down Bravo. Enemy care package above. B locked down. They're taking C. Losing B.
I'm not saying that anti-Semitism and bigotry.
We've taken the lead. Stay on task. Hostile scout pulse in your AO. Missiles returning to you. We're losing Charlie. We're losing Charlie.
This is one of the parts where I did write some stuff because you know what? This is not my area of expertise.
Get back here!
Taking Alpha.
Taking fire!
I'm on it. Here we go.
They're taking C.
Miss Green division and the charge going out.
Losing A. Taking Bravo underway.
TACOM, authorizing care package. TACOM, establish counter UAV overspeed.
But what I am saying is there are complexities to it. Also, I just want to say thank you very much.
B secured.
Anti-intellectual. Yeah, I mean anti-intellectual.
Losing Bravo. Bravo locked. Taking B. Bravo zone secure.
Banning Hebrew is very interesting.
Losing B. We lost B.
Sniper's down.
Just, there was something I wanted to look at.
Taking Bravo underway. Locking down Bravo. We locked down.
Kane requesting CUAV. Archangel is hot.
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost. Securing B.
Someone else might be more of an expert on this, but they would not have spoken yet.
Securing Alpha. Securing Zone A.
Oh my god.
Taking B. Bravo is on.
Talking about like the emergence of so many different places, and it claims like the diaspora of Jews.
We lost B.
Horrible thing.
B secured. Task counter UAV above.
To register to
Daily authorizing UAV mission.
Mover!
Securing Alpha. We lost Charlie. Taking A.
Hold them back!
Persian/Judeo.
Taking the objective. Watch my six.
Zone A secure.
Machine ready.
Deliver care package on Miles. We're losing Alpha. Locking down Bravo.
Arc agent going up.
Bringing in recon. Locked C.
Incoming stun!
Losing A.
Also another thing.
Locked down. Bravo locked.
Trusted recon mark!
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Belong to that epic.
We're losing Alpha.
Many different reasons that
UAV mission timeline 50% expended.
Losing A.
Timeline expired.
Learn your fucking lesson
UAV
yet?
Supposed to be the CIA's best. Act like it.
where the conditions of the canteen are being
Securing C.
for example, information of
Secured. Location secure. Maintain current posture. We're losing Alpha.
the first thing one notices.
Get a CUAV on station above. Main requesting UAV.
We lost A.
Ben Gurion the already common views on the miserable.
Bravo zone secure. Damn it, Crimson, that's not good enough.
Moving to evac point. Situation's full bar.
Also, by the way, did you know that Mizrahi Jewish people were excluded from the 1970s? That's spoken about Segev, 1949. So I think that means 1949, the first Israelis by Tom Segev, but I don't 100% know.
That despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
Because
that
they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me
but
tell you an
can
inconvenient fact
arrive
for
at
your
that
son.
conclusion?
Let me tell you an
I wonder
inconvenient
why
fact. Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered.
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea.
Okay,
of
great.
going
So let me
to
hear what
Israel.
Okay.
They got to exercise supremacy in that land and were promised until division. Ben Gurion wrote about the horrific conditions in his diaries. Did he? I mean, Joseph Haddad in Zionism's... no, Joseph Mossad, not Yosef Haddad. Whoops. Talks about it in there. You are such a bigot, dude. You say any military member deserves a target from terrorists when the entire country has military... They are serving in the military. I don't think that makes me a bigot.
Hey, so
You
you're
like Israel. What do you mean?
You're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Hashem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar. Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's a part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because
And by the way, that completely fits with that thing I said about the rescue narrative, you know? The rescue narrative thing that I mentioned. This point about like how a senior Israeli politician on page 77 of Being Israeli is quoted as saying that this was not about rescuing Jewish people, but it was a good narrative for Israel. And it is. It's a massive fucking propaganda boom now. They constantly go on about how, like, as Ethan does, they go like, well, they were displaced, so that makes what Israel did in 1948 okay, or that it's comparable. But it's just not.
Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, "We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe." He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
He wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
I've only ever read one thing from Avi Schleim, which is the debate about 1948.
Book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an Arab Jew.
Time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he just...
Thank you, ChatGPT. You are my best friend. You are the debate payer.
Describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are...
And also, by the way, just a key point here. Who had established these governments and political systems in the Middle East? Who had, gone into these places and said, we need to look after you and set up the governments here, the political systems? Who had established a settler colony, which was inextricably related from Judaism, because they said, we are going to establish you a Jewish state in the Middle East? Who did that? Who said that? Who was it who had then inflicted horrors on people in the Middle East? Who was it who promised the Palestinians, the Arab people more generally, lots of different things? And then, I don't know. M, could you send me that, please?
Failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And here's
because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
that's why, because you're a fucking liar.
It's kind of like, as I say, when people talk about Islam as a religion that from all of these years ago, from all of these times ago, has stayed exactly the same. That is this dogmatic thing that is not influenced by the years of colonization, the period of British American imperialism within the region, and would rather have it as this dogmatic, unchanging religion. Like, it's just bollocks. Like, do you not see that all of this stuff is related to what is actually happening in the Middle East at this time? A Jewish settler colony being placed within that fucking land? No, you don't, because you just want to use this as a talking point. It is not serious. It is just a Zionist talking point of going, well, the Arabs did expulsions too.
He absolutely does.
Contend with what I said. No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You're not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
W and Sam.
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
You are out of your mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel, you bigot?
What did the Jewish people have in Iraq to do with it? It doesn't make it acceptable, but what is it to do with it? We are establishing a Jewish state. We, the colonizers who have wrecked your countries, who promised you so many things that we then went back on. I meant the ChatGPT summary, Am.
Oh, out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking racist piece of shit.
Thanks,
do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what you think?
Why the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because why? Because why? Answer the question. You want to call me racist?
Hold on. So this is from the Holocaust Museum, and it's just saying, the British made a choice not to enter the area, by the way. You can see that there, in the case of Farhud.
Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you coward. You coward. Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people. That had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
that has nothing to do with them. You absolute fucking.
Settler colonialism, of course, has something to do with it. It's just honestly ridiculous. It's just honestly so ridiculous. Settler colonialism has nothing to do with it. Did this not? There were many people, by the way, who felt very strongly about what was happening in Palestine from many other different parts, you know? Many points at which, like, Izzeddin al-Qassam was from Syria.
Dumbass. What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending
yes,
my
you
point.
are. They left because the Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're a liar.
That there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them.
Nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them. In Egypt.
Mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In Egypt.
You're not fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hassan,
so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add on?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked plenty.
You
called me.
Yeah, also, by the way, as someone mentioned, do we talk about settler colonialism, about the Islam conquest? By the way, I actually looked into this because I thought, let me just look into basically what this settler colonialism actually is. Sorry, not what settler colonialism, how people talk about the Arab conquest and its relation to colonialism. There is about one article written, and what it explains is that it is different in the sense that many people who were, quote-unquote, colonized by Islam and during the Islamic conquest, many of these people were allowed to enter into the society and they made massive contributions to the fledgling Islamic society. There are many significant figures who are from different places across places like Africa and such who made humongous contributions to Islam. In the case of colonialism, much more standard practice, the native in every place that was colonized, they did not make any fucking contribution to the new society. But especially in the case of settler colonialism, and this is why it's so funny, because you all bring up settler colonialism like Zionists, and because it's just to you, it is a talking point. It is like a playground thing of going, you call us colonial, so you're colonial. You're the baddies. Colonial. It's shit. Because you don't, like Colonia Box, you don't know what settler colonialism is. Settler colonialism refers to a specific mode of colonization.
Face off, team deathmatch.
On
destroy the enemy.
Is much more focused on that would have no connection with Islam and its conquest at all.
You've fallen behind.
Threat.
Hey, actually, you guys want to buy some pottery? Hey, is that a thing?
We've taken control.
Yeah, watch it! Oh, I see you.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Hey! Yeah, way too late for this right now.
Some of them.
By the way, also 300,000 in America, and I'm sure that many more of them will. It's awful, but people associated Jews with the Zionist project has only survived because of the British. There's this statistic. Killed or imprisoned by the British, or like the vast majority.
This shit ain't working. We lost the advantage.
So why are you really surprised that people began to
Damn it, we lost the lead.
It is not about justifying any acceptable, but yes. Do you believe anti-Semitism was across Europe, by the way, as well.
Tactical incoming! Enemy stunned!
Discriminatory laws against Jews, for example, this.
Yeah, watch it! Hey, incoming lethal! Probably should have. Right, I am not made for this. I do ceramics.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Yeah, watch it!
Are you getting?
Maybe. The higher I shoot, the better I shoot.
Time's not on our side. Finish him.
Enemy field upgrade. Not too sorry. I'm doing warfare. Hey, incoming lethal! Hey, incoming lethal!
Perfect execution. The Pantheon is probably pissing itself
I've heard
right
of the
there.
war on comedy, but this is ridiculous.
Under this rule. It was under people were imprisoning and massacring. Also, my dear friend Emily mentioned to me Italian. dog shit, but my friend Emily mentioned to me, in Libya there was a case of apparently the Italians had concentration camps there for Jews. Here we go. Even fucking Wikipedia states this. The situation for Jews was generally good, but in late 1939, the fascist Italian regime began passing anti-Semitic laws. As a result of these laws, Jews were fired from government jobs, some were dismissed from government schools, and their citizenship papers were stamped with the words Jewish race.
And what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
Right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians were
Iraq happened after independence and as a
Jerusalem. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
result of the war, bro. That it was a
by the way, did you
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Hardpoint. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is secure. The lead is ours.
What Anne Frank did is Anne Frank wrote about her life. It is a form of resistance. It is affirming life. Yeah, I know.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Fucking new process. Going crazy.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Given up the lead.
6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were.
Hardpoint identified.
Pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Going out!
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
No, they spawned.
Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Sniper! Find cover!
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Let's go! Get back to work!
Israel was banned in 1959.
Find cover!
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
By the way, actually, when I went on holiday, so when
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Tajikistan, they don't drink the water because the water.
locked down.
It depends on which sort of Jewish people who went. Because
Hardpoint. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure.
Find cover! Check your fire!
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Okay, but like just the leap from those 2 points to go to like, oh well, you know.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
What the fuck?
Enemy spring mine!
Always resisted it because they want to go.
And you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Find cover!
Nothing to do with safety with any of these things.
Back to smoke!
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles captured the hardpoint.
He would laugh at you.
Your failure
You don't understand.
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups.
You don't
Is the
understand.
reason why you are a radical fucking Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's 2 things. You're right. Right to have secure borders.
Archangel
Hardpoint locked down.
Yeah, the reason Palestinians die is Israel wants to take
Hardpoint identified.
any kind of equitable
Sitrep, LBBR incoming. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
In the early 2000s, Arafat kept asking
Find them.
Enemy spring mine!
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active.
Zionism is of course the problem here.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Check your fire!
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Requesting recon. Taking fire!
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Enemy scout post detected. Hardpoint located.
Taking fire!
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
One of the things that idiots like to bring up is they're like, yeah, they did. They killed a lot of fucking collaborators. They killed predominantly
Hardpoint locked down.
Archangel, repping fire.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Deploying Archangel.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Your tactics aren't working. Find another way.
He's not denying it.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified.
Learned your fucking lesson yet?
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint active. Net call.
Enemy sniper! Find cover!
You lost the Scanning all complete.
Moving to evac point. Situation's full bar.
Of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least
Also planning spring mine. Tracking enemy target.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, I don't understand. That clip has, it just has nothing to do with this context. Like I say.
And being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective of the matter, and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this. Okay?
Explain yourself.
I'm trying, but you keep.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the
dismissive
main
about
force.
the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire.
There's also, hold on. Right, this is from an Israeli Jewish person, Boaz Evron. The Holocaust was used as a powerful tool to police by the Israeli and Jewish leadership abroad to organize and to police the Jewish community in the diaspora, first and foremost in the US. This was done by exploiting and cultivating a guilt feeling of US Jews for not having done more to prevent the Holocaust, as well as the insecurity some have regarding the status of Jews in American society. This is literally what Meir Kahane did, by the way. He used the Holocaust as a means to basically say, you all have to come to Israel and we need to be really violent against Palestinians so this doesn't happen again.
Entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted, that is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was
a mutually
minuscule.
beneficial relationship.
There's also a quote allegedly in one of Herzl's diaries that is something like, there's something that's like, what if I were to tell you that anti-Semitism were not all bad? Yeah, Ohana Joe, you know what, like, if you're celebrating someone who advocated for the extermination of all Palestinians, I'm sorry, you are going to be banned forever.
Minuscule. Minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
For Israel to exist.
It wasn't the only state that they could go to. 300,000 went to America.
Which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 19...
Hold on, we just need to hear something again.
These Arabs are racist. It's not a wall, it's a quarantine shit, it's contagious. It's not a genocide, it's a vaccine, it's containment, yeah?
1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced. The vast majority went to it.
The Arabs didn't create Zionists. The Zionist project created Zionists by establishing a settler colony in the Middle East and offering Jewish people and telling them, hey, you're going to be safe here.
Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
What?
The anti-Semitic Arabs.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay? Okay, well, I mean,
no, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's unbelievable, bro. It's historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. Arabs, they have nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
I really don't understand the sort of crux that he's saying here. And also, many of them, when they had their, as I've previously noted, many of them, as they had their experience, it reminds me of Callum's Corner if he was far right. What was I saying? I've kind of forgotten. Oh, as I've spoken about over and over again, their experience in Israel didn't necessarily turn them into Zionists. It was just they went. There's a very interesting video. I wonder if I can find it. No, I won't be able to find it.
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
anti-Semitism? There's absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it,
You're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're
historical.
doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Racism. All Arabs are not responsible.
They were racist. Do people never get racist? Do people never be... I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are shifting the blame over to the entire Arabs.
It absolutely was the blame of the Arabs.
Every single one of these Arab countries.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good point, just talking about how he's blaming all Arabs for this, when there are some people, some people who were definitely anti-Semitic, but there is context to it, you know?
Absolutely.
Their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism. Half of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
Expulsion program, and you're...
Just in Tunisia.
You're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying, like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
He said more Arabs were expelled. He said more Arabs were expelled. More Jewish people were expelled.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority...
2 million German people were displaced after the Second World War. Should we acknowledge their plight? It was actually a very atrocious thing. Like, an obscene amount of Germans died. But, like, they'd gone to settle in other people's lands. So, you know... It's kind of like you're telling me, and I'm not making the illusion here, but I'm just saying as in, like, you're talking about this here and being like, oh, you've got to acknowledge this trauma. There are certain contexts in which we can acknowledge a thing that happened, but it doesn't really matter. I suppose that's actually not a very good comparison. But what I'm saying here is that, like, basically, it's just ridiculous what Ethan is doing.
majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
It's the comparison. It's the comparison. It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Jewish sentiment. That also
were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews, regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
Also, the Nakba exacerbated tensions within the Middle East. They exacerbated tensions within the Middle East.
It is not comparable to the Nakba.
Do I support a two-state solution or Palestine being the ruler of all? I support a one-state solution in which all Palestinians are allowed to return to where they're originally from and where they were expelled from.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And by the way,
you made that comparison to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
Because people like you.
Base of kill confirmed. Engagement windows open. Go, go, go! You're falling behind, Crimson.
Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It's also really difficult to analyze. Dramatic at all. I was actually trying to say, which is, hey, stop comparing these two fucking things. In comparison to what Israel the context of who was ruling over these countries and the experience of these people, and why they had such a deep disdain for colonialism and the Jewish people with it, and it
for the home that they lost in the process.
there were more Arabs. What was the experience? But still, they were allowed to go and settle in places. There's a real... This is just Tom talking about it. Executive have come to the conclusion that so I got back. I'm a bit worried there. Jews of Middle East. They got there as well to add to that.
Hostile new again!
All lives matter in this. Look. stolen. Apparently, scrolls and other belongings were stolen from the people and then just sold in.
Flashbang incoming!
Right, at the age of 80, I'm starting to think most Israelis are refugees or the offspring of refugees, not Zionists, but refugees. So you'll say this was a land we were able to come to, but we need to remember that the majority of the Holocaust survivors did not come to live in Israel, and that the majority of them in Israel, they can, but they don't want to live in a country.
MTC's nearly dry.
Religious ethno-supremacist.
From this horror. Israeli historian, the age of 80, about why he thinks how he was told his dad.
Enemy spring mine!
They were already dead. They hadn't realized. Good job.
Oh, hell yeah! That's how it's done!
That's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
And so
my
why are you
point.
blaming the...
So I may have to go, but I'm fine with not.
We were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust? Who did the Holocaust?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point.
Why not? It's a simple question. It's a super simple question.
Thank you very much. I'll use that to buy some kind of book at some point.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq
I asked you
because...
who was responsible for the Holocaust?
Answer such a stupid rhetorical question. Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this question. Come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
Wait, what is happening? Dude, when you already, okay, here, whatever. You said already.
I would appreciate
you
if you would
already
just listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that. Right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
Oh, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camp.
I mean, I have basically been saying this, but I do think all of Europe bears some responsibility in terms of what happened. But also, yeah, I mean, you can't say that every single European
and the U.S. Britain had a huge part to do with it.
Anti-Semitism as opposed to the Holocaust.
Chamberlain, you know, appeasement.
There's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen? One thing, I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree. I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So, listen,
no, you should.
I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand and make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward.
It's also just very pathetic, isn't it?
And I am the fucking legend. It responded to it.
To be fair, he is right. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. He is the legend.
With zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lied.
I think maybe if Ethan thought about the things he said, he would probably be doing better than being criticized by everyone.
That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Supreme confidence.
The notion of having a
I said anytime you watch 11 hate videos on your channel.
An idiot.
I've watched zero about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
Videos, dumbass! Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who was doing it.
Just remember, when criticism comes, I confront
thank you for backtracking
when
on
criticism comes to you, you hide from it.
He hasn't watched a single person's video about him, and he now says he agrees with everything that people said in those videos, including his wife being a terrorist. Fear can have many causes, not just one actor. I mean, if you're talking about the context of Jewish people leaving, yeah. And also, just by the way, I think it's literally, I guess this is kind of like the level of discussion that Palestine has reached. People want to compare the plight of Jewish people, and it's just, the plight of like Jewish people in the Middle East. Yeah, talk about it. It's 100% something worth talking about. The experience of Mizrahi people, what their life is like in Israel, how they've formed like a subclass that predominantly live in places called development towns, how certain groups of them are treated very differently to other different groups of them. And I think that kind of in many different ways.
Hello? Hello? This is Ian. I just got at your place, dude. I'm out front.
Oh, cool. What up, man? Nice. Cool. All right. I'm going to go let you in. Coming through the garage, okay? I'll meet you there.
Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, how was the drive? Oh, it was good.
H3H3 Productions and iDubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Night videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation, both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy comedy. No!
Ian, we're over here.
Okay, well, how am I going to get up there?
I've got a fire escape ladder.
It'd be nice if you got a solid ladder that didn't swing. Maybe we film a normal video. Don't have to do any goofs or gags, but, you know, obviously, it seems like you're playing one on me.
As their careers diverged and their collaborations faded into history, their paths unexpectedly converged again in 2025. Not through partnership, but through conflict.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
After Child Protective Services reportedly showed up at Ethan and Neela Klein's home in the early morning hours, that day's H3 podcast episode was weirdly centered around Ian and Anissa. Not because of anything they said, but because of what they didn't.
Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because, like, why would I not? It was crazy. Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
Let's just say the online discourse was heavily centered around Giardia, a fecally transmitted illness, according to Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog all had.
Olive has Giardia. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He has Giardia. Ela has Giardia. I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health, your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well.
Ian, who has largely stayed silent throughout Ethan's public unraveling, finally broke his silence, not out of malice, mostly out of concern. And he did it in the only way he knew how, by bringing Content Cop out of retirement after 7 long years to respectfully dunk on Ethan Klein. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive
Team deathmatch.
at patreon.com.
All targets declared hostile. Happy hunting, Crimson.
Got one! Before the CPS calls and Giardia. Kind of. I don't really know.
Now, not to sugarcoat it, we are friends with Denim, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we have.
Start the smoke! Move!
Friendship.
Ethan and iDubbbz were more niche, edgy, comedy. In 2016, iDubbbz was on the H3 podcast. That same year, Hot Knife video. One of his more notorious his first appearance on the podcast. Throughout this time, Ian and Ethan were simultaneously working on whatever it's called, where he had the Wiz King himself, Vsauce, as a guest.
Michael, how's it going? Thanks for coming by. Yeah. You feel all right? Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry. I like it pretty short. I don't like that. Yeah.
The most popular between the two was iDubbbz Content Cop. Content Cop was a show meant to call out the users to bully and harass smaller creators. However, when iDubbbz decided to show up to the meetup and add to his compilation. And years later ended up apologizing for his behavior in the earlier years of his time on YouTube. His apology even reached
apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me like to me, and I was like, damn, I just never expected that, and I don't know how. Because like I kind of think I like deserved that. It also just such a new fan base and that a lot of people don't not even that. It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's when something's been so long. Seems like he's doing great.
The only sort of connection Ethan had with Ian after their collaboration
We're joined by my good friends, iDubbbz,
AB. In the last creator class, and in a weird twist, his wife Lena is currently training for the next one. Unfortunately,
us fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck? I actually can't believe that he did that. It's actually. Let's go! By the way, he's doing a panic attack because why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just fucking mean-spirited.
Unhinged take, but what really pushed Ethan over the edge, it was the Twitter activity of Froggy Tonic, Clash editor loosely associated with
Froggy Tonic, who is a previous editor and friend of Anissa and iDubbbz. On Twitter. That Froggy Psycho. Their editor was saying psycho shit about Hila and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even
So here's what happened. On February 18th, during a live H3 podcast episode, Ethan casually told a story about how his new dog had a family with Giardia, a transmitted disease according to Ethan's shooter. He emphasized that his contracted unintentionally or not.
Watchdog Hilo incoming on your location.
It's a bacterial that age. He has Giardia. And now Hila has Giardia.
Take out the Watchdog Hilo!
Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO.
Taking fire!
Hostile LDBR drop detected. They're right where we want them. Finish the job.
In our long career of being influencers, we've been swatted several times.
Mission goals are green. Dispatching team to mop up survivors.
Oh, hell yeah! That's how it's done!
New experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services, an anonymous call saying that they were a SU that works because our kids are crawling around eating dog
Shot's good.
The next episode of the H3 podcast, Ethan and Hila basically had a couples crash-out session, experimenting with their own schizophrenic tendencies, trying to piece together any and all people who could have been responsible for this. A couple of those scapegoats being Twitch streamer Denims and former Clash video editor Froggy Tonic.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
2 hours of moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking mind.
It's just so obvious. Like none of these people are actually worried.
No.
us
This
as
is a
parents.
serious issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. I had kids crawling around. Holy crap, that's dark. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids
I work
deserve
in a field
better.
where I'm a mandated reporter. If I heard this story in a setting related to my job, I would have to call CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. If I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife. And this was with the story. I'm 100% reporting it. There's a lot of people that support us, but they won't say anything because they don't want to deal with the ramifications of what can only be described as like the most organized, malicious harassment campaign I've ever seen.
He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
They've been going with that basically for a long time. Oh yeah, Ethan's kids roll around and eat dog shit in their house. And then Denim hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
Your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia?
Yeah, I never said the dog in my house. I never said the kids are eating. I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. And I speculated if it could be related. His diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. You have to ingest my poop.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like content for this guy.
Kill confirmed.
That's for sure.
Oh, the lack of self-awareness. Oh my god.
There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it. They're allowing it.
Bro.
You guys,
you're becoming a lol cow, man. This is how lol cows are created.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
Lack of self-awareness is the ultimate, like the penultimate characteristic of a lol cow.
My lawyer can't do
or at least,
it's driving me crazy. You know how
it's either a lack of self-awareness or such a deep insecurity that they're unwilling to face reality. Then maybe they do recognize it, but just their inability to accept it. It's just such a deep insecurity based on usually gargantuan egos. That is all.
Reddit is.
Watch out, they got a sniper!
It's so weird. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago. Crazy. There was a comms person and they got back to us and they said, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people, so I don't see
clearly trying to deflect here, framing the entire situation as some grand H3 snark narrative.
Turn it into this parent and neglectful parents and saying that Phoenix, who's claiming to be IDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading rumors about me that led to the CPS being called.
But he's the one who told the internet his whole family got sick by ingesting. That's not what people are making. That's your own damn story.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest.
Operators.
Offensive they get about their house being clean, despite the fact that they described his entire household catching giardia. That's not something you get from
He was checking the house and like, where did the dogs go?
We got the lead upgrade. Not good.
Deploying RCXD.
Father is basically just living in a world of two.
Push through!
Significantly different this is than their existing product. If it's like a huge jump up in production quality.
Watch out, they got a sniper!
What's happening?
Enemy field upgrade. Not good. Hey, incoming lethal! Okay, this is kind of fun. I can do battle. You've fallen behind!
I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump.
RCXD activating.
By the way.
By this point, we've reached a new level, and I'm having trouble even understanding how we got to this
Enemy UAV inbound.
You call them spine Well, I'm just saying. It is fun. This just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward.
Ethan and Neela basically called Ian an ass for not publicly denouncing fraud, as if Ian was responsible for tweeting mean things in response to Ethan's own disgusting
Enemy using
story,
truck.
which makes no sense. Because
I hope I don't die. That would be super not good.
allegedly eating poop. That is what Ethan said.
He could say something too. He has his own following. He's been with us. He's seen us with our kids. He could say something too.
Oh, I see you.
And have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you. Enjoy your new friends.
She's friends. Actually participating.
Driving RCXD.
I'm gonna rip off your head. You're seeing what they're saying, right?
I wish Texas are even the worst thing. I mean, you said worse things about you and me.
Yeah.
I just don't think I can also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about it.
After Ethan escalated things with his former friend, dusting off the recession indicator itself.
Push through!
Deploying RCXD.
Using lethal.
Ethan, wake up.
Ow! You trying to shoot me? Oh, wait. I guess you are.
Wake up, Ethan. Yummy, I love it.
Hey, incoming lethal!
Dean's content cop on Ethan Klein delivered but strangely compassionate critique centered on a few
Hostile scout balls in your AO.
as a shield.
Release napalm strike on my mark.
Hey, incoming lethal! Hey, incoming lethal!
Should have been, and probably would have left.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. At the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human, and he is in a situation.
Got you, traitor.
Paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up.
I respect that you are genuinely yourself.
Yo, watch it!
I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think it's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Yo, watch it!
RCXD activating.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends.
I'm here to answer the calls of duties. Call of duties? The calls of duties?
Yes, calling in a score straight.
I hope that one day gets back to you. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content so all of this has stuck. I hope you really hear this and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein.
Push through!
operators to your nearest DCP. We just got our ass handed to us.
For the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like gives you free speech.
And in a stroke of brilliance, Ian dropped the video at the exact moment he went live on H3 podcast, ensuring
Get cooked.
I do have some more bad news for you. Some breaking news. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is the... No, it can't be. It actually can't be.
It sure is.
Oh my God.
One of the all-time greatest reactions.
From a quick scrub through, I think, well, it's going to be a little spicy.
Check the description.
Oh my God. Like what? Like what? Why? What would I do to like fucking, like what kind of fucking, like, bro, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like, we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys, and like you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan, who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them? I am genuinely in disbelief. And by the way, I know all the criticism that all these people level against me, and there's no shot that this video holds any fucking water. I'll watch the whole thing. I don't give a fuck.
Ethan, of course, has been gloating about the fact that he reacted to it instantly.
I hope people let him know how it's done. When Ian dropped a video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately. That's what's called accountability, and that's what's called believing in yourself.
But before hitting play, he spent a good while ruminating on the idea, even calling Hila and having her come over as soon as possible while his employees frantically scrub the video to find parts they should avoid.
I can't believe how fucking insane this is. I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you? I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button. I don't need the fucking pre-watch this. I don't need
Oh, the button. He feels so pressured never to touch the button ever again.
To say about me. She's on the way?
Oh, yeah, she said she's coming to the office. She's leaving the house now, she said.
Oh, about this?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, bro.
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it now?
I suggested that.
I think we should.
Go ahead, you can suggest. I'm open to suggestions.
Just in terms of like it being in the moment, maybe do we want to watch it off and then?
And now he's forcing this conversation to continue and platforming this group of fucking psychopaths, minus Kirk, legend. Let's do a poll. I see people are. I can do it now.
They're gonna say watch. They're gonna tell you to watch.
There's no point for a poll.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. They could say watch.
I just think, you know.
Well, if Hila's coming.
We should do it off stream. Because I feel like, I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was, but.
You're coming here because of this content cop? Okay.
I told you.
Your thoughts on this so far? I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not. Let's do the poll. Let's see like how much percent yes it is.
Should Ethan watch the iDub videos, just yes or no?
I can't believe I'm on the phone with a Zionist baby killer, Hila.
Yeah, I know.
On YouTube, of his fan channels re-uploading, like every time he's talked about us, 41 videos. 41 videos about me in the past 30 days. 41.
This is a substantial amount. A lot of those are just like re-uploads of the same clips, right?
All right, let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude. When Ian dropped a video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately.
Eventually, he started watching, cautiously, painfully cautiously, pausing every few seconds, often unable to muster a coherent response.
He's so zany, you guys. Remember how zany and cool iDubbbz is? He's doing karate and cool. He's being silly in a fucking cabin. Look at him go. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts. Is this funny?
A little bit. It's a little funny. It's making me laugh.
Is that funny?
Out of a 3-hour podcast, he made it only 17 minutes into the video. The only thing Ethan really threw at Ian was a mix of name-calling and petty mockery. He was so stunned by the whole situation, he couldn't even form a coherent defense, just flailed around, clearly thrown off, and grasping for anything that might stick.
You literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr. No, listen, that's right. I'm going after his tattoos. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way. People are going to be like, this is all he had to say? I don't think this is going to be hard to react to at all. I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
H3 content call. Ethan, I've gone out of control. And then you should do a content call on Song Piker. Content call on Song of Acid. If I were to imagine this,
He did his silly act.
I mean, that is exactly right.
The moment I saw this man in a mullet covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I was concerned for him.
In the following episode, Ethan reacted to the full thing, wearing a suit in remembrance of his former friend.
Today, we approached this episode somberly. I dressed up as I'm, unfortunately, will be attending a funeral for a friend today.
But what was meant to be a big dick move on the part of Ethan, watching the content cop on stream after its release, he goes on to admit to pre-watching the entire video the night before.
Can we now say, because last time we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CBS.
And although he now proudly claims to have watched every pixel,
I immediately went and watched it live. Because I want people to know just how unafraid I am of this video.
he conveniently skipped over the section about being a terrible boss.
Yeah.
Right.
Talk about the crew. I think the crew.
Let's not talk about the crew. So I vowed that I'm not even going to comment on the crew part. Obviously, if anybody wants to, they're welcome to. But I just want to keep the crew out of it. Actually,
We're gonna skip forward to like 45.
yeah. What is it? Let me see. Just to say that, so they can't say I'm avoiding criticism. The most biting thing in there is the button where the button didn't work and I'm speaking harshly to AB. So, like that was one instance where I was speaking harshly to AB, and we were having a real workplace.
Who gives a fuck about that one?
I don't even think it's really that big of a deal.
His response, if you can even call it that, was light on substance. Mostly whining, deflection, and one especially telling moment where the context of a clip was clear as day, and Ethan and Hila still pretended they didn't understand it.
They claimed that Hila, if you read online about her, the claim is that Hila says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Domination.
Their evidence
Pacify
is
the AO, kill team.
I mean,
And I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations.
Locking down
happening at
Charlie.
once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, what?
Zone Charlie, locked down.
Elections,
We've claimed the
right?
advantage, now hold it. Taking Bravo, underway.
Okay, Trump won.
so
I don't remember what, like...
Losing B.
world building on this. This is their freaking evidence. This is
Alpha.
this extraordinary claim. Kids are trained to hate Americans.
We lost B.
I see you.
To kill Americans. Do we have that?
We've given up the lead. They're taking C.
Checkmate.
Taking A. Taking B.
Trump gets elected.
Securing B. We're losing Charlie.
Target deleted.
Bravo is ours.
People like Hassan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris. And
Lost Charlie.
Locking down the air.
Would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Charlie secured.
Substantial response. It's mostly just even
Taking Alpha. They're taking C.
3 million views, so I'm sure Ethan was happy.
We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Ethan's biggest
We lost
rebuttal,
C.
if you can even call it that, was that
You're
he
falling
left
behind,
out several
Crimson.
things from his
Taking
video.
C.
Now, I have here a list of
Losing Bravo. Zone C secure. Bravo.
H3 Productions days and released a response video on the main channel.
We're losing Charlie. Securing Zone A.
My cover! Not anymore! We're getting captured. Hold them back!
Securing C.
every accusation on the podcast. A really long episode. We watched that thing, so if you're interested in a more
Locking down Charlie.
The reason for making this video hinges on the fact that Ian didn't
Locking down the air!
Securing Charlie. We locked all zones. Zone Charlie locked down.
supposed CPS call is completely irrelevant.
Sentry
Let's
turret
not forget,
operational.
We don't even know if a call to CPS was ever made. Yet Ethan is outraged simply because
Taking Bravo underway.
Ethan believes encouraged the call.
Securing Alpha.
UAV standing by.
All locations locked down. They're taking C.
Get out!
UAV established overhead.
Moving out. We've lost Charlie.
No overview.
Losing A.
Zero mentions of CPS. He doesn't explain why I'm set, who I'm mad at.
UAV fuel check 50.
Enemy spring mine!
Losing B. We're losing Alpha.
During this episode entitled Snark Called
We lost B.
CPS on us because the primary
Priority
reasons, in
tasking
my
request
opinion,
received.
Flashbang
UAV
incoming!
exiting your...
one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumors on Twitter for days as well.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Nothing more. This whole video is hilarious.
Taking B.
It brings nothing new to the table.
Losing A.
It's basically that he already posted to the Ethan basically tries to claim that the basis of Giardia Gate was fabricated by lunatics leading to CPS showing up at his door.
Ask me why they haven't seen
Taking C.
their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to He's neglectful with his dogs. He's already been
We're losing
neglectful with
Alpha.
his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child,
We control Zone C.
that's precisely why I
Losing A.
I explained.
Locking down Bravo. Losing Charlie. We've lost Alpha.
He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's who's claiming fame as being IDub's friend and former
Hit an LDBR on my mark.
is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led, which by the way, explain
Securing Zone A.
Operating RCXD.
Securing Alpha. Taking B.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting
Crimson Actual to Rogue Spy. We know you're here. We're coming for you.
Went to the doctor today.
Hostiles running square! Don't get fucking lesson yet!
Walked into his room.
Losing Bravo. Hostile traffic overhead. Losing B.
Some interesting notes from this video. Ethan once again focuses on Bad Empanada, who played a video game as Hamas. Bad Empanada is clearly just demonstrating the hypocrisy when nearly every video game is
Taking
from the
A.
perspective of American soldiers killing
Losing
people
Bravo.
in the Middle East.
Enemy napalm strike incoming.
His name is Bad Empanada.
Losing B.
And not me. Here's a small taste.
Losing Bravo. They're taking C. Hostile care package inbound. Taking Alpha. Securing Zone A. Bravo locked. Taking Bravo underway. Taking Alpha. Securing B. Locking down Bravo. Bravo is ours. We're losing Charlie.
Probably one of my favorite videos of all time. His favorite clips, edits, whatever you want to call it.
Taking A.
Enemy using sleeper agent!
It is.
Initiating objective control.
Charlie secured.
TikTok. Like straight out of a movie. Fucking Joker shit.
Video reads like
Securing Alpha.
himself. The whole thing
We have reports of an infiltrator. Watch your back.
Ethan has followed
Losing B. Taking A.
not on the HD Productions channel, but the
Get out! Fire! Attack done!
promoted with a stupid, fact-adjacent headline. They
They're
used
taking
a
C.
swastika on purpose. This video is
We lost B.
because it flawlessly proves Ian's point. Every behavior Ian called out.
Enemy thermal!
Taking Alpha.
Eternal victim of anti-Semitism. During the content cop, he noticed something about the sword Ian was holding in several photos.
Establishing SAM turret.
We're losing Charlie.
Deploying RCXD.
Chances that they did on
They're taking C.
I never thought in a million years that these people, as much as I dislike them, would intentionally...
Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Marking down the air!
Securing Zone A.
But if you watch this entire
We're losing Charlie.
which is that this is almost certainly
Securing Alpha. Taking B. Taking Bravo underway. B locked down.
Take out that one!
There's a mole among us. Find them. lost. RCXD active. Securing Charlie. The CIA against a handful of goddamn criminals. This is the best.
Moving evac point. Situation's FUBA.
Ian called for using his identity as a shield, for ducking
Incoming lethal! Tactical incoming!
People Ian barely himself as the victim of a grand conspiracy, because actually addressing the criticism would require some self-awareness. The majority of Ethan's response isn't about the actual content of Ian's video. It's not the fact that Ian made one at all. He can't believe someone he once considered a friend would be able to criticize him. So he turns that betrayal into content, because that's what Ethan does. Repackage personal grievances as righteous outrage, and hope the audience doesn't notice the cracks forming beneath him. Ian's content cop didn't cancel Ethan. It didn't ruin his reputation. It held up a mirror, and Ethan, true to form, punched it. So now we're left watching the fallout. A man once known for his self-awareness, now stuck in a feedback loop of denial, calling everything anti-Semitic and doing exactly what he was criticized for, but louder. Thank you for watching North Star Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Afternoon preview. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Awesome Broadcast coming to you live. Asmin is calling you a I hate him so much. What a crazy way to start the day. That was one frame, I think. New record. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We did it. Anyway, where's Kaya? What have you done to her? She's literally, I can see her over. Kaya, come here, please. She was just on the other side. She's like right outside. Kaya was crazy today. I'm gonna be honest. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. End of the broadcast. My homie is staying with me. My normie friend is staying with me. What? Are you crazy? Supporting? What's happening today? What the? I just started, bro. I just started. What is happening? You're a sick, sad human being, dude. Fox News watchers in the chat. Oh, Asmin's trying to get me banned? Nice. Asmin Gold is telling people to tell Amazon to get me banned? I don't believe that. Asmin is directly calling for your ban at the moment. Asmin just said enough is enough. You need to get banned. Sure, bud. Like 60 seconds ago. Debate Asmin? Oh, I would love to. I don't think he would want to. I think it would be fair if he's calling for my ban. I think it'd be inappropriate if he was running away from having a conversation. Yeah, Asmongold loves talking about me. He hates talking to me lately. It's just kind of, he moves in a very different way lately. Wonder why. He says he won't talk to you because you will lie.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
That's
shoot to kill. We're not here to negotiate.
Trying to this way is so funny.
About, like, for example, the
hard point located.
I think that's a good example. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example.
I wrote, hey, bud, if you want to talk, I'm free in his chat.
You already said he was lying? Yeah, I mean, to Ethan, yeah, he did. Like, for example,
hard point is active.
The Arab tier list was very obviously a lie. I think you're just trying to misrepresent things. But yeah, he's calling you.
Hardpoint is secure.
Remember, Mr. Reasonable.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Sharpen all day, every day. Talk to me. I will be in.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Eyes on hostile Semtex!
Taking fire!
So scared. Anyway, I'm a free speech guy. He's bad. Talking with you. But I wouldn't say that we
RCXD active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Driving RCXD.
To be fair, the moments that we have hung out off camera, he is a very, very
Hardpoint active.
And not like the way, like his output on camera is just pure.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
From my experience, and this isn't to like defend him at all, but, and I know everyone will say that this is a defense of him, it's not.
Not anymore.
100%. Because it is a grift, and I care about the output.
Hostiles reclaimed the lead.
The impact that's having, and for some reason, I think always has been. It was funny when he was playing WoW. No, I mean,
hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
and it wouldn't matter to me at all. With your limited time and your limited impact, Matt. I went to the barber today and showed them a photo of you for a haircut. The barber's like, "Who's that?" Long story short, Wasanabe head. Hell yeah. You were on Fox again. Here's another. Stop. Would you say your notorious shared ability has to stop before these fucking people get you into real harm? Entire community. The business is trying. Listen. Okay.
Hardpoint is secure.
Okay, and that in itself was a perfect demonstration.
Hardpoint located.
Of the back and forth
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
And the entirety of the right wing, people
TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
present themselves as a political centrist, even though they're very far right.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
With every single type of content creator that has ever broached politics, right? I am seen as a beacon for leftism for.
Hardpoint is secure. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint identified.
Enemy thermal!
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Sniper down. Move.
He went below 4,000. And of course, he acted like he actually burned himself down below that amount. But just because of the small loss he took.
Heads up.
Hostile RCXD in your AO. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. hardpoint.
After this tactic failed miserably, he went back to throwing hundreds at Kino hopelessly, slowly dwindling down his total. Unable to stop, once again heading far below 4,000. At around 12 minutes into his rampage, he couldn't help himself and had
Hardpoint locked down.
to get himself some more
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
so no one in the audience could hear what he was saying. When he came back, he made hitting 7,000 his new goal, despite the fact he already had enough to get himself a decent used car. Given his living conditions are comparable to a house hit by the Dresden bombing, I don't think he should be setting his standards too high as to what car he'll drive. Well, regardless, I don't think it matters, because even if he did get it, he'd end up chopping it up and selling
You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
within 1 minute, calling up his dealer. The fact that he hit exactly $7,000 on
Hardpoint is active.
just take his winnings home. However, it turns out that immediately after he got up,
Hardpoint is secure.
car dealership
Hostiles have the hardpoint. RCXD active.
$7,001. So he just had his expression literally against the actual that's happening. The boss man.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound.
Got eyes on a hostile.
RCXD active.
Milestone of $9,000.
Hostile
He
scout
decided
pulse in your AO.
within a minute, he
I just can't.
Enemy patrol.
I can't. Shit's just too fucked.
Shaun of Steel. Patients on my section.
Hardpoint active.
The heaviest people living in the world today.
Watchdog Hilo incoming on your location.
Themselves. While they rely on family members.
Hardpoint locked down.
And in this video, we're going to be looking at the enablers of the show. Starting with Shaun Milligan.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Driving RCXD. Hardpoint identified. Underwhelming effort today, Crimson.
Moving to evac point. Situation's full bar. To care for him, who was more than happy to do so.
Shaun has
Sharpshooter since he was 19, which is an absolutely absurd amount of time to be in bed, especially considering how young he is. This is because of his mother's enablement issues, as she has allowed him to stay in weight at a rapid pace. Shaun does give a knee injury for the reason that he stayed in bed for so long. His mother was the one bringing him food and allowing him to stay there. The second and main issue is the sheer volume of food that allows Shaun to consume. When he asks for a snack, she actually has a pen and paper ready next to her, as if this is a common occurrence and she's going to need to remember a lot.
Just a couple burgers and soda. Maybe medium fry. Oh, could you give me one of those caramel sundaes?
Sure, no problem. Sometimes it's just easier to give him what he wants, and unfortunately, I do that all the time.
Despite Shaun needing 2 people to bathe him, Renee still allows him to eat and do whatever he wants, with seemingly no regard for
Fucking horrifying.
what he's doing is going to him in the near future, which is some tragic foreshadowing.
I've had people tell me, you don't have to give him food just because he says he's hungry. But I'm a mom, and when your kids say, I'm hungry, Mom, feed a kid.
Sean being treated like a baby by his mother has clearly spread into his mind too, as he gives a very strange comparison to what food feels like to him, and feels like actually a bit of insight into how he thinks.
Food has kind of become my comfort, kind of like a child with their blankie.
Sean doesn't act like a man because he doesn't see himself as one, and has allowed his mother to just treat him like a baby his entire life. After Sean has been transported to Houston to see Dr. Now, he cries like a child when he's in pain, while he's being simply pushed around in a wheelchair.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate all threats. We've taken control.
As Sean is so busy eating.
Damn it, you lost the lead.
Are you on shrooms? Am I on shrooms?
Throughout the episode, Sean had many ups and downs, but his episode unfortunately ended in a double tragedy. His eldest brother died in 2017 due to kidney failure, and because Sean on his own, weight at just 29 years old. Now, although Sean was essentially made to feel like an infant by his doting mother, Betty Jo and her husband Josh had a very similar enablement issue. However, Josh had very different reasons for doing so. Appearing in season 3 of the show, Betty Jo weighs in at 654 pounds, and the reasons behind her rapid weight gain are made very clear at the beginning of her episode, with one YouTube commenter writing, "He is more afraid of losing her to another man than he is to death."
She may be denied the surgery, or she can be approved, and then there's the risk of her dying on the table during the surgery. But my biggest fear is actually her dropping the weight and leaving me.
It is honestly really disgusting to hear that his biggest fear, more than her,
That's so fucked up. Bruh.
Typical Dr. Now fashion.
Bruh.
Is very disturbing behavior, and even gives a potential reason as to why he does this.
Who does the grocery shopping?
She makes the list. I go get the stuff.
So you are her enabler.
Basically, I've stopped trying to argue with her.
I'm concerned that her husband may be the biggest problem. He's an enabler, but he's not overweight, which means he's feeding her because he may want her to be large.
Someone else who could see that Josh was doing more harm than good to Betty Jo was Sean of Steel, who had this to say about her enabler husband.
I need Josh to help me change.
No, you don't. You need you. You don't need anybody but you. I got a quick 100 pounds you can lose right friggin' there. Buddy's got to go.
Now, Sean mentions he knows a quick 100-pound weight loss, which obviously for Betty is to get rid of Josh. But I know an even quicker way to lose weight, and that is by subscribing to my newsletter, The Fat Loss Kitchen, where every Friday we send you high-protein, low-calorie meals for completely free. I even told Sean about this and showed him some of the meals we have coming up on there, and the cookbook, which is releasing at the end of May, and he was blown away by the quality of the food we have prepared. The meals are all calorie counted with serving sizes, time to cook, and even complexity scales. Emails are sent out on Friday evenings, so make sure to sign up soon to ensure you don't miss this week's newsletter. So back to Josh. His fears of losing Betty often manifests in just letting her eat as much food as she wants whenever she wants. She piles plates high full of breaded chicken strips, and even worse, at the supermarket, Josh just follows her around and puts whatever she wants into the basket.
The way I see myself on the outside, I hate it. I feel judged. Like, look at that fat girl. But I know this is something that I did to myself. Mr. Princess.
The worst part hasn't even happened yet, as despite Josh feeding Betty Jo whatever she wanted at the beginning, Betty Jo did start to take a bit of accountability and ask him to make healthy meals. She did lose some initial weight and was eventually put through surgery. However, this caused Josh to actually become depressed because he saw Betty Jo bettering herself, claiming that it was damaging their relationship, with Sean of Steel again stating stating how ridiculous this was.
Hey, wash his hair.
It hasn't.
I'm gonna go sit down. I know he cares, but I just feel like he's not motivated to help me.
I feel like we didn't even come down here, she wouldn't be how she is, and we'd be okay. I don't know what's gonna happen with us. I don't know the damage that's gonna be done in our relationship.
He's motivated to keep you down. That's all he's worried about right now. Is keeping you as like with little self-worth as he can. That's what he's worried about, because he draws his value from you being down, which is no way to live.
And these fears were confirmed after the pair went to get counseling together, and Josh repeated what we can already all see, that he does not want Betty Jo to lose weight, because if she does, she will probably leave him, which is no way to talk about someone you supposedly love.
Well, we've always had some issues, but for like the last 2 months now, we've just kind of been biting each other's heads off, I guess. We don't know how to communicate. In my opinion, it started when I had my surgery. The first night, he promised that he would stay at the hospital with me, and he didn't.
I wonder, Josh, what are you thinking or feeling? How has it affected you? The weight loss or the surgery, and just how has that changed your relationship?
I used to take care of her. I used to be her caregiver, do what she needs, but now she's starting to just be able to move around and stuff, and in a way that really scares me because I don't want her to leave me.
Since the show aired, it seems like Betty Jo has lost a bit of weight, and surprisingly, she's still with her husband Josh. The same thing can't be said about Lupe and her husband, or now ex-husband Gilbert, who actually went through a breakup while filming the episode for a shocking reason. Lupe Samano appeared in season 4 of the show, and at just 39 years old, weighed a staggering 642 pounds. Living out in California, her episode starts with a disturbing scene of her waking up with an oxygen mask on. The most shocking part about Lupe is just how short she is. At just 5 foot tall, the 642 pound frame meant that she was totally and utterly bedbound and relies entirely on her husband Gilbert, who says he feels more like a carer.
I feel helpless. It's just me taking care of her more than us having a marriage. You know, I guess you could say intimacy is impossible. This is way harder than I thought it was gonna be.
Bro, come on, man.
Lupe has heart and kidney issues, as well as being diabetic, and has already fallen into a diabetic coma before, so it's safe to say she's quite literally on the verge of death due to her size. Despite this, Gilbert still waits on her hand and foot and feeds her whatever she wants, which includes a full box of donuts, which is so full they had to wrap it with tape. And things get even worse when Lupe finally meets with Dr. Now.
What seems to be your biggest challenge with your eating habit?
I'm emotional anxiety. And then I'll eat food until I get sick.
Who brings you the food?
My husband and my family.
They don't realize that they are killing you?
I know.
No?
I think they do, but they do it because they love me.
Okay.
As everyone acknowledges Gilbert is her enabler, Dr. Now emphasizes that Lupe must not gain any more weight, which initially goes alright, losing around 60 pounds in her first weigh-in. However, the next weigh-in did not go so well. While at a meeting with Dr. Now, she tries to use the toilet, and after trying for a while to squeeze into the actual room itself, she proceeds to get stuck in the toilet. This is due to the fact that after losing the initial 60 pounds, she gained another 82 pounds, putting her net weight gain at 20 pounds since starting the program. And we all know where all this food has come from, Gilbert.
So you start over, because if you don't, you're not going to make it. I'm keeping you in the hospital to start controlled dieting. You're down to your last chance. Do you understand? This is such self-destructive behavior. And her husband, Gilbert, is helping to kill her. We'll need to address their dynamic in the long run. But for now, we need to get her health and her weight under control again.
This has been a bit of a wake-up call for me.
However, it seems like Gilbert wouldn't be given much of a chance to change after Lupe caught him flirting with girls on Facebook and even trying to meet up with them.
I'm gonna have to go on there and find out myself. There's all kinds of chicks. That's so disrespectful.
Yo, how did she find out though?
We're just sending scriptures out with no pictures of me and just of God and, you know, the news and stuff like that. I'm here clicking and grabbing anyone I can that I can send that message out. I'm trying to spread the word out, and you're upset because I added a chick on there.
If you're spreading God's word, why would I go on there and I see all kinds of chicks, especially showing their boobs? Come on, Gilbert. If there's someone you want to reach out to, and if it's a woman, have your wife do it. It's called respect because you're married.
Okay.
Lupe didn't break up with him immediately, and they spent a bit more time together after this, but it seemed like Lupe got sick of his enabler and liar behavior, and according to this Reddit thread from around the time the episode aired, they have officially divorced. This is similar to Zarlin and her husband, who has been called trash, unsupportive, and repulsive in multiple YouTube videos, and honestly, it's very easy to see why.
It's really hard to talk about Gareth because, you know, he wants a fat wife. He wants what he's physically attracted to. That's what he wants. He has a physical preference for his sexual needs that requires me to be bigger than, you know, just fat. I realized I've been telling myself a lie, and that lie was killing me. Big can't be beautiful when it means my daughter not.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate all threats.
And being very motivated to lose weight, her husband has been the one holding her back. Zarlin is capable of going to the grocery store by herself and
keep it down.
Taking fire! The one making these bad food choices.
So sugary, sweet, and delicious. I just wanna make love to them with my mouth. Exactly. It's like a sexual thing.
Same way.
Is supported by her husband, Gareth, who admits himself that he wants not just
Hey, dumbass. Right down.
even comparing her to food.
A little bit sad because, you know, my life is a win. A little upsetting to lose what you like. But...
Taking the lead.
Celebrating too early. What out too early.
Move.
Comparing his wife to food and saying it is upsetting to lose what he likes shows his disgusting mindset going into this. He really doesn't want her to lose weight and makes it blindingly obvious that he's big.
It's given up. Taking the lead. Stay on task.
In a thread talking about how awful Gareth was, one commenter went a step further. He wanted to punch him. His child's mother for his own sexual pleasure, and this was shown in comment.
Oh my God, I'm so happy you asked. I've lost 78 pounds.
Falling behind Crimson.
Enemy deleted.
On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'll talk to you later.
Honestly, good on Zarlin for putting the
Hostiles reclaimed the lead.
what was going through his head.
Tango dusted.
And actually seeming annoyed that she talked about her weight loss. When Zarlin was in the hospital, Gareth picked her up and continued his awful attitude.
Straight after, man.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't lost 75 pounds.
I'm not looking to do no dieting. I'll be considered around you eating, but I'm not looking to do no dieting.
I don't think Gareth is going to be someone who's going to help.
And Zarlin was right, as Gareth takes her to a drive-thru. On the way covered so many of these 600-pound live episodes.
Enemy spotted.
That's really fucked.
Reclaim the advantage. Now hold it.
I'm a little bit tempted. If he's going to go ahead and try and tempt me like this, it's hurtful. It's a little bit nauseating, to be honest.
She's gotta get out of that shit.
They've taken the lead.
He doesn't know any other way. I don't know if I'm going to have Gareth's support.
Marking target location.
Turn back now.
This is the exact type of behavior that and honestly, we can't expect anything different from Gareth.
That is genuinely upsetting. Like, he should be put in jail for that kind of shit. That should not be legal. Am I right? I don't know. What do you think, Chad? Oh, wait, answer. Which is fine. Come on, guys. guys, gals, and MD pals.
Hostile gone.
Videos probably aren't subscribed.
Let's go!
Using hospital staff and just being an all-around.
Take him down.
But in order to get to where he is now, he had to have some help, and that came in the form. Stephen constantly asking his father to stop for food, calling him from the back of the moving truck which was transporting him.
Don't you think you made a money?
Oh.
I am feeling very weak. Sorry. Real Steven.
The most surprising part is when Justin says he doesn't think he's made of money, which just confirms the fact that Stephen's father is paying for the food he eats. This is made even more annoying to the fact his father actually gives in and does stop. Of course, if you want to see more of Stephen, including his cupboard full of pizzas and his abusive hospital staff, click the video that's on your screen now to see the biggest failures ever of my £600 life, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a video. And I'll see you in the next one.
Hostile shooter.
Go ahead. When you're done, go.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play. A supposed fan of mine. Since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a
Where are you going, mate?
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even matter. I don't care about this guy.
I don't even care.
You brought him up here, and you used him.
You didn't let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending him your way.
Terrified because you know where this is going.
Enemy deleted.
And then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip, though?
It's just an example. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Get out, frag!
What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Well, no, because it's in the content puke, and Ethan doesn't have that many talking points, so he gets people trying to get things that are in the content puke. So this was worth prepping for, because Hassan doesn't say.
Start for smoke! Move!
Net call. Sleeper agent detected.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
And then he fucking didn't, because he didn't know who I was 15 minutes ago.
Later.
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip. Okay.
That is the first introduction of this character. Just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous, it seems." That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan.
Which, like, Hassan needed to timestamp or send the timestamp of, like, a little bit later when Hassan's name. So nobody knows, and Hassan doesn't bring it up.
The full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see.
Yeah, he mentioned my name.
He is a cloud chaser.
Fuck them!
Who cares?
Grenade incoming!
Oh my God.
Erroneous.
You are dragging your feet.
Let's go!
You're not there. And you were never there.
Not much time left. Put this to bed.
Well, no, because it's in the brings this up and looks insane.
Hostile assaulted through. In your fucking dreams.
Because he's eyes on something.
Move, move.
Don't reward failure. Work out what went wrong and fix it.
Also, sorry, I really have to pee. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. I'm still listening. I got my earbud in my ear.
From that dude. I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. All right, so being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
I don't know. I heard you about the Holocaust.
That timeline of that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you... Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL. Sorry. I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I am famously...
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place. I have
never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I do not work with the ADL.
For these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got nothing to do with that?
The mass smear campaign and the mass advertiser campaign and getting senators involved, or not senators, representatives involved, all of that was to give this Twitch's anti-Semitic narrative more traction to get as many people involved as possible, one of which would be the ADL, which he explicitly says the ADL getting involved is why Frogan got banned. And also he says, I take credit for that. I take credit for Frogan getting banned. These are two clips that exist. What do you want people to think when you say the ADL is why Frogan got banned? I take credit for her ban. You don't believe me? I'll show the clip, because guess what? There's actually very lucky for all of us. This is a talking point that they keep trying to push. All of the Sex Pest fans, all the H3 fans, they keep trying to push this talking point that assuming that a Jewish person would get the ADL involved when they believe anti-Semitism is occurring, which already on its face is like absurd, like what a dumb statement. But they've been trying to push this so hard that even Bada Banana put out a video on this. I'm trying to find it, but I'm like, where is it? Maybe it's here? Here it is.
To say, you should not be allowed to say things that disprove my narrative. Ethan Klein himself literally acknowledged that he got the ADL involved and directly took credit for getting Frogan of his band. Here is Ethan Klein clearly acknowledging that Twitch only banned people because the ADL got involved. Like, these people lie so much, they contradict themselves, they contradict what they themselves said like a couple of months ago constantly. Ethan was calling Frogan anti-Semitic, like, and she's, oh my God, she's doing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, saying that I incited the ADL into banning you. You say the ADL controls everything and I'm in cahoots with them, blah, 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 just because I'm Jewish. And then he just, months ago, he uploaded these fucking videos where he said exactly that. We said exactly that he himself got the ADL involved to get her banned.
Asmongold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters.
Okay, so Ethan Klein outright said there, Twitch didn't actually think this was a violation of terms of service, which clearly it actually wasn't, not even fucking close. It's this fucking moron, this Karen, just makes up anti-Semitism because he loses arguments based on the facts, because he's a genocide supporter, and he has a genocidal ideology he can't defend. So Twitch didn't think it was anti-Semitism, and then they got pressured by the ADL, which is a pro-Israel, pro-genocide pressure group that exists purely for that reason. And Ethan got them involved, and that's when these people got suspended. Only after that. Now, you might claim, but Ethan didn't say he got them involved. Ethan said they just happened to get involved. He didn't actually claim credit for it directly. What if he did claim credit for it, though? What if Ethan Klein outright said, very sincerely before that, he wants to take credit for what happened to her. He takes credit for getting the ADL involved and getting her banned. Well, that would be inconvenient. Okay, here he is saying it.
You're mad Frogan got banned? Fucking I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Fuck her.
Never assume that the Zionists are not aware of the absurdity of their claims. They are. They engage.
There was a mass campaign to get Hassan, me, Frogan, Raf, Capri, Vio, to get all of us banned and to pressure Twitch as much as possible. It's why they were attempting to get in contact with the representative. It's why they wanted to get in contact with the advertisers and why they were sending mass emails. It's why they were tagging the shit out of the ADL. It was a campaign to get us banned. And it worked. And he admits in that clip that that the ADL got involved, and he admits in that clip that he takes credit for getting us banned. You cannot, like, this is very simple. If you say that the reason this person got banned was because of the ADL and you take credit for it, the implication there only means one thing, that you were involved in making sure these people got banned, and the ADL helps you do that. Bro, who cares? You're making the whole thing unwatchable. God, dude.
ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan.
Viral story independent of me.
Just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them.
Why is he so pissed about that? I don't get that. Yeah, bro, don't pretend you're not cool with the ADL, ass fuck. That's not anything near. That's not even like a accusation.
Directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
It's just true.
You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a.
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
He did not say he takes credit for getting the ADL involved. He did not say he got the ADL involved. Can we admit that Ethan had nothing to do with the notorious organization ADL, and Hassan could be wrong for once? I think Hassan using the word partnered was bad, but I think that the statement stands. If you are pushing this campaign as hard as you can, telling people that these people need to get banned, you're uploading multiple videos on your channels, you're doing multiple streams on your channels, you're mobilizing your audience to get them in contact with as many people as possible to get these people banned, you have functionally, by mobilizing your audience to tag the ADL 10,000 times, you have gotten the ADL involved. You cannot mobilize your audience to do something and then step aside and be like, well, I'm not the one who did this. And he explicitly mobilized his audience on multiple occasions to get us banned. He has multiple videos of this, of him talking about how the anti-Semitism has gotten out of control. Petitioning the ADL is probably better phrasing. Even better phrasing would be mobilizing your audience to get these creators banned, and your audience proceeded to contact advertisers, to contact representatives, and to contact the ADL. And we already have the other 2 clips here where he says, I did that shit. I'm taking credit for getting them banned. And the only reason they got banned was because of the ADL.
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL? Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America?
No, seriously. What do you think, asshole?
Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Yeah. Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a anti-Semitic incident?
Fucking clown. You clown asshole. You fucking pile of shit.
Engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually...
LOL, your boy got destroyed. First of all, it's a girl. Second, Kaya, as you can see, is doing just fine. All right? Delusional.
Actually, not like your fucking hallucinations. Something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
In saying that,
it was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL.
Also, Fowd DA, of course not, right? He's blaming me despite the fact that I had no involvement.
Respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
Team deathmatch. CIA, you're cleared hot. Work your frag list.
You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the
Hostile
ADL.
shooter.
The normal person watching that will infer that coincidence that I was working directly with them.
What do you think
What
a
do you
reasonable
think
person
the average
would
person
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer?
I like how he can say that the ADL explicitly got Frogan banned, and that's the reason she got banned.
We're winning.
And also
Keep it
that he
that
takes
way.
credit for that shit. It's not fair to pin that on him for some reason. Condoned it. It doesn't. None of that matters. Everyone.
Hostile sight.
Nada called CPS. Snark called CPS. Everyone called CPS. All of these people who disavowed it, all of them called CPS. But me, someone who literally is yeah, I take credit for that shit.
Get out, Jack!
Someone who's on record saying
You're mad Broken got banned? Fucking I'm laughing in your face. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
it's real right now.
When they hear you demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned, I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person
I was on
infer
the
from
tier
that?
list. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. Now, 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all three now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person. In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record.
What a fucking... He's clueless. He's in the fantasy world. He is not on the same planet everyone else is.
Partnered with ADL and not think that I was working directly with them.
I already went through all of this.
Words and think that you
Sniper, find cover!
Have I ever...
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention...
Yes, stupid fuck.
Mentioning the ADL.
Oh my God, she's doing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Everything. And months ago, he uploaded these fucking videos where he said exactly that. We said exactly that he himself.
However,
get back here!
Shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Krogan and all the other
side of
Have
the
I ever
ADL.
mentioned the
I didn't even
ADL?
make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Shitting on Zionists. They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the band that...
Be so real right now. Come on.
Pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire...
Thank you for the live edit. I got you, dog.
But I didn't even know what they were.
I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they attacked
saying,
me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the situation when you
debate winning argument? You sound so silly.
Are saying that you did that shit. Pressure that caused these people to be banned for
silly. I don't care. Listen.
I was being silly. Your Honor. Your Honor. I was just
I'm a comedian.
Silly Billy.
That's the Joe Rogan defense. I'm an idiot. I'm a comedian. What, you know? But here's a serious opinion. You should say you're a comedian and dumb before you make any statements, if that's how you play it.
Do I know who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. All right, I guess we can move on then.
I like how I block this shit. I block this shit. I don't know if I clocked the joke. Go home.
That's a bad guy.
To the tattoo parlor after him calling him a terrorist. Talking about how this is anti-Semitic.
You asshole.
Jewish content
Ethan should probably watch out for airstrikes. That's all.
Cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash
Get back
in on your
here.
Jewish friends more? Or can we move on? People that aren't anti-Zionists.
This one was really funny. I love how he straightens himself up. He goes from like, look at this. Don't care. You're boring. You're ruining the stream.
In on my Jewish friends.
That's right.
Two.
Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Do you know anti-Zionists? Do you even know? Please give me the full name, their addresses, their phone number, so I can contact them and convince them to hate you. I mean, ignore that last part. Do you even know any?
Yes.
Ethan Klein. What the fuck are you watching, Ethan?
They're normies.
Got one.
You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I am.
I don't believe you.
And they've treated.
What was the point? This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say it doesn't matter how well Ethan lost because of how poorly Ethan performed. Of this line of questioning.
Enemy in the black. Hostile eliminated.
Zionist Jews. There's two answers. Yes, no. Yes? What's his retort? I don't believe you. Epically owned. Second retort, no. Well, I guess you should go talk to some, huh? I bet you look really stupid now. Was this supposed to...
Feel that? They're about to come.
This, I mean, there are so many parallels between him, in my mind, and you can disagree. Anyone with that can
They never stood a
say
chance.
wrong.
Proceed to extract.
Oh, hell yeah.
But this is just...
Hostile shooter.
You know, back in medieval times, there were a lot of monarchs. A lot of them made a lot of bad mistakes. Why? Because they were dumb. They were in their position usually because of they were like someone's kid. For the most part. Or a warlord. That's kind of the only way you can get power. But whatever. But power doesn't mean intelligence. And under capitalism, money is power. But they need to create this aura of intelligence about everything. If it can't be wrong. But it's just not true. It's there's zero evidence that rich people have good ideas. Rich people have ideas, just like everyone, but they have the money to implement any ideas. And they're just as wrong as everyone else. So rich people don't know anything more than anyone else. They just have a more opportunity to either do it and maybe be successful at it or fuck it up. So don't tell me that rich people are smarter than non-rich people, the majority. Stupid.
Fucking line of questioning has nothing to do with any of the arguments that they've had. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
Treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, because they're not on the receiving end of
Kill confirmed. We have our orders.
Yes, he is.
All right, so you think that just to recap, so we can. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treating you so kindly that they have CPS show up to the house?
We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but you're acting up.
Here's for the chef's kiss moment.
Everyone is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that...
I agree. Let's just summarize.
We've given up the lead.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on.
Partnering with
you says just to recap on this one, move on. You said I partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we We had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Why did you make
That's not a terrible way to put it.
Because I keep interrupting you. You're saying when you said that I partnered with them, what you were really saying is that you guys had the same goal and you worked side by side.
RCXD maneuvering.
Got it. Your point is salient. Moving on.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide.
UAV available for tasking.
Yes, you can.
Fuck them!
You say you're the one being accused of it. How serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
What crime, you fucking weirdo? He's like he seems like it's out of his fucking head.
Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson.
Requesting recon above!
UAV in the turn. We have eyes on.
Stupid fucking.
Because you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate
Hostiles reclaimed the
how
lead.
serious the accusations are.
Setting rally point.
Talked about your
Enemy spring mine!
You have.
What do you mean bona fide?
That's one of my waypoints.
Hassan is not gonna sleep with you, Dennis.
Flying
Just
on
give up
fume.
now.
UAV returning to base.
You fucking idiot. Think with your brain for a second.
How you gave my fundraiser. You were a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause. I also say this to Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had.
Very few people know this, but I read a lot of manga. And 98% of the manga that I read was it called Panda Reader or something like that? In my high school days and my early college days.
This is giving me flashbacks from my childhood.
I will never forget the very first time I met. I changed my position. I used to be so embarrassed about this fact about me. I used to cringe about it. In the same way that, like, back in the day was cringe. All right, especially women. It was super cringe because you were a total loser to your peers. All right, and I was not popular with the boys, so it's not even like I could have gotten any points there. I only had female friends, and all of them thought I was a loser for liking me. So I always, when people would ask me what my hobbies were, I'd be like, being in games was cringe when I grew up, and it was the same thing. And arguably kind of still is, but I will never forget the very first time I met Avali.
Let's go!
She's working like streaming adjacent sphere for a very long time. She's amazing. She's great. I love her. But one of the first times I think it was the first time I met her, she was wearing a sweater that just said, yeah. And she didn't say it. And shall I hide behind shame, embarrassment? I am a proud reader, okay? And now all of you are stuck with me.
We've claimed the advantage, now hold it.
And now you know. Get owned.
Given $6,500 in your context puke that you did, further indication that you are broke. Even though you turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
eyes on enemy
charities to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? $6,500 actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
People harassing me.
criticize you
Sniper smoke! Move, move!
Ethan was talking about Lena being in an awkward position after the CPS call when the content cop hadn't even dropped. Before the content cop had even dropped, before iDubbbz had said anything, immediately disavowing everyone that you ever known or followed that's saying or.
Gotcha, you piece of shit!
So let's talk about how Ethan Klein was incredibly blatantly and obviously racist against Arabs. While his crew member and researcher, Abdul Ayad, who likes to frame himself as like the only good Arab and a good representative of Arab people, sat there obediently, said nothing, and actually kept putting Ethan's Zionist talking points to spew. So there was a moment in this debate where Ethan Klein talked about Arabs in this very blatantly conspirational and despective way, in very much the same way that a Nazi conspiracy theorist would talk about Jews. Collective working to goal. And this is precisely how Ethan talks about Arabs. A lot of people have been focusing on Ethan's particular comment where he said the fucking Arabs, and he did say that, and that is racist in and of itself, but beyond that, the fact that he keeps talking about the Arabs as this hive mind collective who are collectively responsible for what he framed as this uniform mass expulsion of Jews by the Arabs is even worse than that. So let me show you.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority of fucking Arabs.
Move it,
There you go, what? That's my point.
Here's a further demonstration.
I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
How do you know that?
Racism.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's not real?
Shifting the blame over to the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs. Every single one of these Arab countries
Absolutely.
with
Who
their
else kicked
own
them out?
version of pan-Arabic nationalism.
Okay, so in this situation, a good test is to take these words and shift it about. If someone who doesn't like, at least, was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become. It was the Jews who did it.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Sniper smoke! Move, move!
That is absolutely one melody. Except in my case, the historical facts are actually accurate.
All threats neutralized. Scour the area. Find whatever they're hiding.
Hell yeah! That's how it's done!
Sort of like uniform expulsion by the Arabs of the Jews, because he wants to justify the Nakba, which, by the way, happened before this, by claiming that it was merely a response.
My cats are fucking weird, dude. Like, they'll just be like, obnoxiously just
Trap shooter removed.
meow, meow, meow. Like, just at me, just meow. And then I go to, like, pet them, they're like, don't touch me. Assholes.
Jewish to them by this Arab collective, and therefore legitimize mass expulsion and genocide of Palestinians by Zionists by Israel. It's an attempt to equate Palestinian with Iraqi, Yemeni, whatever other Arab country that he alleges expelled the Jews in order to say, well, what do you expect? They did it to them, and all they did was respond to it by doing it back to them, when the Palestinians had nothing to do with whatever happened to the Jews in those other countries, because a Palestinian is not an Iraqi. The Arabs is not a thing. And again, I'll be going into more depth on that later this week. But here, I want to zero in on the way that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs here. It's one thing to say, I guess Arabs did it. That would still be very questionable because historically Arabs did it. I mean, that's a weird way to talk about it, right? I want to say like Iraqi Arabs who held power expelled the Jews. Because just saying Arabs expelled the Jews doesn't make much sense, because there was no such thing as this uniform expulsion carried out by some Arab collective. It was individual countries enacting these oppressive policies on Jews of their own volition, of their own accord, independently, over a very long period of time, by the way, but all of which happened after the Nakba, and which they very famously tried to rectify in 1975 by inviting the expelled Jews to come back and get their property back and everything. But the point is, the way that he uses this term, the Arabs, it's literally the same as how a Nazi would use the term the Jews. He frames them as like this collective hive mind conspiring to enact bad things upon us. And using a term like the fucking Arabs just sort of drives that home, doesn't it? Like, imagine someone talking about these things in regards to Palestine, for example, in the way that Ethan talked about this so fluidly, like it just came out from him so naturally. Let's say that someone was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent, as I said earlier, but now with all the context that I've just given you. As in, not just saying Jews forced Palestinians out, because it's true that some Jews did that, you know, the ones who were in Israel, the Zionists there at the time, most of whom were from Europe, not from Arab countries, they factually did expel and genocide the Palestinians. That really did happen. But to say the fucking Jews did it, as if Jews are like this one hive mind, this one collective, all collectively responsible for it, and not just that, but also, you know, the fucking Jews, that's very different, isn't it? That's extremely different from just, that's very different. Hive mind, this one collective, all collectively responsible for it. And not just that, but also, you know, the fucking Jews, that's very different, isn't it? That's extremely different from just saying Jews did it, or more accurately saying Zionist Jews did it, or Israeli Jews did it, or just Israelis did it, or just Zionists did it. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of clarification. He doesn't say the Iraqis did it, or the Iraqi Arabs did this. No, he just says the Arabs did this. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of thing. He doesn't say Arab Iraqis did this. He just says straight up, the Arabs did this. The fucking Arabs are to blame. And just to be clear, the fact that he tries to blame the Nakba, which happened before expulsions of Jews in these other countries, on the Arabs is absolutely insane. As if Zionists were forced to do this, like they went in a time machine and did the Nakba, which happened before this, in response to that, and as if it would even like justify that to like expel and genocide this entirely different group of people and take their houses because you were expelled from an entirely different country. Does that make sense? It doesn't, does it? But I'll be going over that in more detail in the video that I'm releasing on this topic later in this week. My main point of this video is that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs in the way that a neo-Nazi talks about Jews. Once you see it, you can't not see it. And these sorts of tropes, like this collective Arab like hive mind identity thing that Ethan Klein talks about here, are being weaponized in this very day by people who ironically proclaim themselves as like staunch fighters against anti-Semitism, like Ethan Klein. He weaponizes Nazi-style tropes against Arabs in order to justify factual, actual, currently, present-day, ongoing genocide against Arabs, which he, in this very debate, pretended that he acknowledges as a genocide. It's like a Nazi proclaiming himself to be against the Holocaust and then going on to talk about the atrocities of the fucking Jews. It's absurd. So I just want to note as well, importantly, the role of the H3 podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayad, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes by the screen name Starkiller with an A, not an ER, and he also goes by the nickname AB. This guy himself made an extremely racist video the day after this debate in which he denounced another Arab as a barbarian who does not conform to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be and who thus needs to be denounced as a disgusting barbarian. So let's check that out. Before we watch this, I want to be clear here on Abdul Ayad's role in this podcast. Abdul is a researcher. Like, his job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan, which Ethan receives on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone who constantly claims to be pro-Palestinian, you know, anti-Israel. He's a staunch, disgusting barbarian. So let's check out previously from debate this week. Time Machine is extremely different from just saying Jews did it, or more accurately saying Zionist Jews did it, or Israeli Jews did it, or just Israelis did it, or just Zionists did it. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of clarification. He doesn't say the Iraqis did it, or the Iraqi Arabs did this. No, he just says the Arabs did this. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of thing. He doesn't say Arab Iraqis did this. He just says straight up, the Arabs did this. The fucking Arabs are to blame. And just to be clear, the fact that he tries to blame the Nakba, which happened before expulsions of Jews in these other countries, on the Arabs is absolutely insane. As if Zionists were forced to do this, like they went in a time machine and did the Nakba, which happened before this, in response to that, and as if it would even like justify that to like expel and genocide this entirely different group of people and take their houses because you were expelled from an entirely different country. Does that make sense? It doesn't, does it? But I'll be going over that in more detail in the video that I'm releasing on this topic later in this week. My main point of this video is that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs in the way that a neo-Nazi talks about Jews. Once you see it, you can't not see it. And these sorts of tropes, like this collective Arab like hive mind identity thing that Ethan Klein talks about here, are being weaponized in this very day by people who ironically proclaim themselves as like staunch fighters against anti-Semitism, like Ethan Klein. He weaponizes Nazi-style tropes against Arabs in order to justify factual, actual, currently, present-day, ongoing genocide against Arabs, which he, in this very debate, pretended that he acknowledges as a genocide. It's like a Nazi proclaiming himself to be against the Holocaust and then going on to talk about the atrocities of the fucking Jews. It's absurd. So I just want to note as well, importantly, the role of the H3 podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayad, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes by the screen name Starkiller with an A, not an ER, and he also goes by the nickname AB. This guy himself made an extremely racist video the day after this debate in which he denounced another Arab as a barbarian who does not conform to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be and who thus needs to be denounced as a disgusting barbarian. So let's check out that.
Team deathmatch.
Before we watch this, I want to be clear here on Abdul Ayad's role in this podcast. Abdul is a researcher. Like his job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan, which Ethan receives on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone who constantly claims to be pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel. He's a staunch advocate for the Palestinian people. And then he sits there in silence as his boss says stuff like the fucking Arabs, as his boss just spouts Israeli propaganda verbatim, saying nothing about it, not opposing it at all. He has absolutely nothing to say about it. But what he does have is a lot of heat for what he sees as bad Arabs. Not good Arabs like himself, but bad Arabs. Ones who are actually really pro-Palestine. Ones who call out the shit that his boss says and does to advocate for the genocide of Palestinians. Check this out.
Doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job. I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet and every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
Okay, so that is Abdul Ayad right there, known as AB/Starkiller, denouncing another Arab for not conforming to Zionist standards of what a good Arab should be. Now, to be clear, a Zionist standard of what a good Arab should be is dead, enslaved, or at least on the other side of the world to the point that they're not that problem anymore. So he's basically saying there that you are a barbaric Arab if you at all are actually opposed to them, if you call them out or anything, if you're not just obedient and silent as he is in every single H3 podcast episode, if not openly, because he does actually speak up quite a bit to be a token Arab for Ethan's Zionist propaganda. This man, to be very clear, he sat there in silence as Ethan went on that unhinged rant about the fucking Arabs. He said absolutely nothing. In fact, you can bet that during that moment, before and after it, he was straight up sending Ethan Klein Zionist propaganda articles to read verbatim uncritically, which attempted to justify the genocide of Palestinians, who, are Arab. But hey, he's one of the good ones. He's showing the Zionists that Arabs aren't all barbaric. His aim seems to be the last one standing, the last one to be killed, the last one enslaved, the last one murdered, the last one expelled. He's going to show them that Arabs can be what they want them to be, obediently expelled and marginalized for the benefit of the Israeli Zionist ethno-supremacist state. Good on you, man. It's just obscenely racist to use Zionist standards for what constitutes barbaric or not barbaric from an Arab against an Arab person. Honestly, that is absurd. And that he sits self-righteously in his bathtub, slurring drunk through his veneer, saying that is just comical. It's not even offensive. No one could be offended by this guy. His job is already to sit there obediently, totally in the control of a 5'5" Zionist stick figure high on a Zempic all the time. Getting offended by him is kind of impossible. What he said was offensive, but taking it from him, you just can't really get offended by it because he's already so pathetic. Like, Ethan Klein himself is beyond pathetic, and this guy is even more pathetic. Abdul Ayad has previously complained that I called him a house slave.
Team deathmatch. MTC is live. Assume all contacts are hostile. Nice. We're pulling ahead.
Are you trying to shoot me? Oh, wait. I get too off.
You're falling behind.
Is not like a house slave. House slaves were forced into
We've taken control.
It's also not like a capo, because ultimately capos concentration camp inmates.
Watch out! They got a sniper!
None of them come to the top of my head right now, so I'd like to coin one here. AB Ayad is an AB Ayad.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
What I'm doing here
It's called sellout. Sellout. It's there already. He has a choice not to do it, but he does it for the money. It's a sellout. There's the name. Calling it an ABII is not going to stick, my friend. Good try, though. But it's a sellout. He's a freaking sellout. He's a sellout to his people. He's a sellout to progressives. He considers himself one. I'm sure he does. This is psychotic right-wing genocidal boss. Claims to be progressive. In some, in at least one of the 10 dimensions. Probably, maybe. Yeah, that's fucked. For not just lying down and dying.
Sitting there meekly for a paycheck.
We got the lead.
I am
Now
way
hold
too
it.
blazed for this right now.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
That he has generated from this podcast. He could leave at any time. Because he likes to be there. He likes to be the token.
We're pulling ahead.
He likes to be the smiling Arab face to even find genocide Zionist propaganda. He likes to be the smiling Arab face to sit there obediently as Ethan Klein.
Destroyed.
Like how a neo-Nazi would talk about the Jews. There is no insult for this position that I know of. There is nothing. But that's not an insult. It's just sort of a statement of fact that I'm saying this about them. They'll say to the son, "Oh my God, but he called elaborate all of this stuff," but they can never actually explain why that's wrong. They can't explain why he's not those things. Because he is those things. I can explain why he's not a house slave. I already did. Way worse. But they'll never try. They'll never try to refute me. They'll just repeat what precisely how it's accurate. Yeah, Ethan Klein.
Push through!
These sorts of conspiracy theories, these sorts of by spreading them. And that is what LEFTTUBE is helping to enable by as Ethan Klein does, smiling down face, signing off on Ethan Klein's genocidal Zionist propaganda. Not just signing off on it, but actively saying and deciding to. So yeah, what else do they say about these people? Beyond what that.
Hey, someone should make a movie about this. Or even better, someone should make a video game about this. Oh! Never mind.
Enemy mine, front!
Coming out saying that she is kind of a narcissist and that she is very controlling and that there are people that she'll say will call them out for even looking at them. No, you're not just talking to them. Say that they are. I've heard.
It's kind of hard to have a discussion until there's more like actual movement. Ultimately, I feel like we're kind of arriving at the.
Archangel prepping fire.
About this case is how it takes into a broader discussion about how it is being reevaluated, and obviously, you know, this is a one of I think it's one considering why it's become so popular. People who are also kind of taking this approach, like.
Deploying RCXD.
Are wildly different. They couldn't be more different, but we don't have a very nuanced.
RCXD in your AO.
Oh, I see you. Watch out, they got a sniper!
Obviously, this is an interesting case. Of the Me Too movement, them and using them to take down a guy like Justin Baldoni, which will then sound people on this very valid piece. I want to make sure everybody knows, cite the fact that only 8% of claims of victims coming forward are then later found out.
Hey, actually, do you guys want to buy some pottery?
That's reflective of all Me Too movement cases, but I think the position moving okay, this might be a horrible situation where lie about this, we don't know, we're waiting to find out. And then we got to get Harvey out of jail. They got Bill Cosby out of jail already.
It's because
Crimson's on their heels. Hit them hard.
Blake Lively's PR person, Leslie Sloan, used to be a fiction Weinstein.
CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget this.
Sure, shoot the funny man.
So
Real classy.
And there's also claims that Leslie Sloan may have been one of Megan Tui's sources during. So
Enemy, positive ID. 5 hostiles down.
And that's hurting me too, because of these connections that exist there.
The Weinstein?
And, yeah.
Like, don't you think that's a little bit along the lines of like he was a powerful guy in Hollywood, so he's gonna obviously have connections everywhere?
Yeah, definitely. But I think that's one of the reasons why it's important to say an individual case that is happening within the Me Too context, but that should not carry any weight of saying, you know, let's scrutinize all of Me Too and let's scrutinize all these things, because that was my greatest fear, particularly when I saw these connections between Leslie Sloan and Megan Tui. is that this was going to be used to favor Harvey Weinstein, that he would use this to say, oh, see how they smeared Justin Baldoni, they smeared me too. You know?
Yeah.
And
I
that
mean,
that he'll get out on technicality, like Bill Cosby. Like this is. I'm sorry if I'm getting told.
No, you're good
about it, but like this was my fear that this was going to be used this way, and so I do think as leftists, we should be able to say, you know, this is an individual case. Like, let's understand.
Honestly, it's like I'm not even. I'm pretty happy with this build as is. Like I'm not even leveled up yet. Now I got more options, but I'm kind of ripping it with this. I have no reason to change it. Like it feels nice. Not lie. Snappy. Snap. Die. Oh, wow, pretty close. Okay. Yeah, man. Good mobility. I should change the reticle. I got some new reticles. Oh, so close to some good ones. Which one's better, this one or this one? I think this one might be a little better. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay.
And the connections here, but let's also be very careful not to equate this one case with the entire Me Too movement, because that is so dangerous. That's
well, I mean,
for survivors.
I think it is. I also think it's fair to say, as some people in chat have pointed out, that like the Me Too movement is already over. That like whatever it represented already has, that moment is past. Obviously, we're living in a country that's being run by rapists at every level in the White House. Hollywood almost seems trivial. I mean, like Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, we're literally being run by a mass rapist. The fact that there's any audience for Candace Owens pro Harvey Weinstein content is more proof that the Me Too era is over. He was the main villain of Me Too, and now there's a whole narrative about how he's actually, you know, himself a victim. So that's crazy. Obviously, you know, that doesn't mean we abandon the mission of holding predators accountable, but I do think that's something we have to reckon with.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, that was one of my greatest fears coming into this case and finding out those connections. And it scares me that monster could be back out on the streets, because maybe one person, you know, decide to come up with a story. Potentially, and I'm not saying that she did or didn't, but from what I'm seeing so far, it's like it's a very scary thought.
I trust Michael Moore is going to make sense of this for us all when he publishes his documentary, which apparently has to do with this case. I was shocked when I heard that. I was like, oh, he's probably making another Trump movie. But then people started to say, or he even teased that it was about this Blake Lively thing. That's when I was like, okay, maybe we should have this conversation. Maybe we really should unpack this on the show. But I am hoping.
I'm interested to see that.
What?
I'm very interested to see that.
Me too. Yeah, I'm hoping that he has a really interesting perspective on this that kind of makes it all make sense, because it is very messy. And, you know, I even see in our chat, a lot of people are on different sides of this. Some people are like hardcore defending Blake Lively. Some people seem like they're Blake Lively haters. So, you know, it's a messy one.
Yeah, I think that we should definitely continue this conversation when the court case, kind of unfolds and when we have more evidence at trial, because I'm definitely interested in following this. Obviously, we're coming at this, everyone on this podcast panel, from the perspective of we want to see justice for people who have been, victimized, right? We want to see a reformed Hollywood. We want to see a reformed society. And we obviously, as Gavin pointed out, want to see it all the way up to the top of the fucking executive branch, where it seems like it's like pedophile raper city up there. And it is just a scary thing to have unravel. But I think we're going to have to talk about this, and we're going to have to, engage with it if we're going to dispel a lot of the narratives that are out there. Put a link in the chat for everybody who wants to read this deep dive. Meg, thank you for doing such a deep dive on this. This is truly an incredible amount of work. It's the Killjoy Meg.
This is just part one.
Just part one. Is there anything else you want to plug to everybody before you get out of here? I'll give you back a little bit of your Sunday care day.
I mean, honestly, I'm good. Like, I can stay or I can go. It doesn't matter to me. But I mean, yeah, if you guys want to go to my Substack, I'm working on a ton of stuff right now. This is just part 1 of my deep dive. In this one, I just wanted to break down the cases. That way everyone had all the information and then at least give my analysis. In my next one, I'm actually broadening out a little bit, looking at the context and like, okay, there's accusations here of someone being a predator and someone being, a narcissistic manipulator. So where's the evidence of either one more broadly? Because as we know, like these things don't happen in isolation. Usually if you are someone who's an abuser, it's a pattern. It doesn't just happen once. It happens multiple times and there's evidence that kind of shows that. So I want to look into both sides and say, okay, is there evidence of someone being a predator? Is there evidence of someone being a manipulator? We'll have to see. And then part 3 will be going into more of like the media criticism of how all this is playing out. And that goes into a little bit of my current beef with, like my one-sided beef with Taylor Lawrence, but.
Well, we'll hear all about that, and we're excited for the next part. Gavin, do you have anything, final words on the way out?
It was great to catch up a little bit. Let's definitely have another conversation soon on the show. Meg, longtime friend of the show, so super excited to catch up, like I said. Great.
Oh, wait, we didn't even talk about her take.
Oh, yeah. So that was I mostly was just kind of going to get your opinion on that in passing. But yeah, did you have any final thoughts to share on her take?
Okay, I will say I will give Anna credit on one part that I saw where they were talking about free speech and Mahmoud Khalil. I'll give her some credit because she was she did a very good job of supporting Khalil and expressing why he should have that right to his free speech. Lindy Lee, I will never watch another episode because Lindy Lee just, oh my god,
she's so
my god, she is terrible.
And here
like, her takes are garbage. Like, I can't even everything that she could not take any kind of criticisms. Like she's such a snowflake. Like people criticize leftists of being snowflake. In that debate on free speech, like Anna was coming at her aggressively, like, "Will you calm down?" Whereas Amy would, whenever she would express something, she's like, "Well, thank you for saying that so respectfully." Like, it was ridiculous.
I think with Lindy Lee, you can tell that she doesn't actually believe any of the shit that she's saying.
Like, it's very difficult for me to tell whether or not, but like, I just found her so insufferable.
Oh yeah, she was a Biden supporter up until like 8 months ago, and then she completely pivoted all of her politics, which always just makes me sus. I think that Anna, you're right. She definitely wasn't the worst member on the panel. I think it's just embarrassing that she's decided that she's going to collaborate with PBD, that she's going to be on a panel with 3 other women as the token liberal, that she agrees with their framework on everything, talks about how we need to be more nationalistic, doing a show called Her Take. Inherently reflected women identity, right? Bashing identity politics, just obviously pretty insufferable.
Yeah, and the fact that if Jillian Michaels is going to use ChatGPT to write her entire script, like at least use it to find definitions for words like queer. Like queer is a very easy definition. It's like just means outside the norm. It's like, okay, queer means like you're not heteronormative. That's literally all it means.
Well, those people aren't interested in actually understanding anything. I think the joke to their like boomer audience is that they're so unwilling to learn about all of the like, stupid shit. I mean, they literally come out in the middle of one of the exchanges and they're like, Gen X was the best generation. Our Gen X was the best. And then these millennials are like, yeah, I think it was. Life was better for Gen X. Yeah, that was the best time. It's just like boomer bullshit.
Yeah. So I doubt that I'll watch another episode, but I just found it really insufferable.
Yeah, I think that was most people's takeaway, although it did better than I thought, Gavin. Did you see it got 50,000 people to watch it over the course of, a few days?
I don't think that's going to last. I think that, a lot of people were interested almost out of like morbid curiosity, right? But I don't think that the show is going to continue to score, serious viewership. That's not even that fucking good. But I guess for a new channel, a channel that's just been created, I think that, it's going to continue to score, serious viewership. That's not even that fucking good. But I guess for a new channel, a channel that's just been created, I think that, it's going to continue to score, serious viewership. That's not even that fucking good. But I guess for a new channel, a channel that's just been created, better than maybe I would have expected. But yeah, this ain't gonna last, in my opinion, unless they really, unless these ladies genuinely evolve into having some sort of like chemistry or dynamic that's worth paying attention to. Because it's not like that you tune into the PBD show and you hear common sense. Like, it's the same idiotic talking points, but at least those guys have a chemistry. I just think that, again, this is almost insulting. Like, oh, we'll just put these 4 women together, and because they all are women, they all have a vagina, like they're gonna, that's gonna make for compelling content. Like, no, it's not. They don't have a good dynamic. They don't have a good chemistry.
Whoa. Whoa. Relax. Now.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
I think it's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I know you're fine. And I mean, it definitely was like The View, and then they kept on talking over one another. So at least I got that part right.
I think it's also really interesting that none of them bothered to promote it besides Lindy Lee, the one that's the most obvious grifter, the one that's like just desperate for any bone that PBD will throw her. Everybody else was like, this looks pretty low production value. Oh, this looks like a pilot that's not going to get picked up. It reminds me of the scene from Pulp Fiction. It's like she was in one of the shows that became nothing. It's like that. This looks like one of the shows that would become nothing if it had to be tested to go on real television. It would be like, no, there's no riz there. There's absolutely nothing about it that would make you ever want to tune back in, as you kind of mentioned there. And it goes to show that the conservative media landscape does not understand female audiences at all. They understand bros. They understand, the like fraternity and the like beat your chest and, groupthink. But they don't understand women very well, I don't think. And that's why people like, Brett Cooper and Candace Owens and whoever else is more successful once they leave the, Daily Wire or whatever.
Yeah, and I think
actually, Candace Owens has not been as successful, in my opinion.
You don't think so? That it looked like she was getting a fuckload of views.
I'm sure she does get a lot of views, but I just don't. I feel like she's kind of, now most people just consider her a crank, where she actually was considered like a mainstream conservative commentator who would like go to the White House and meet with Donald Trump like 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's like, oh, the lady who talks about like anti-Semitic conspiracies and how Harvey Weinstein is innocent. Like it's kind of like how as soon as Tucker left Fox News, all of a sudden he has to start interviewing like Obama's ex-gay lover. You just descend into straight fucking Looney Tunes. But obviously she still has relevance. Never would deny that.
Yeah. I was just shocked. She's got 4 million YouTube subscribers. She just fucking bonkers numbers.
Yeah.
We'll see how Brett Cooper does.
Yeah. I think that kind of goes to that point, though. Like I was speaking a little bit about Taylor Lorenz's point, is that a lot of right-wingers do get a bigger audience by talking about pop culture. And I do think that, and you see that even with like movie reviews. How many right-wing style movie review channels do you see talking about
basically the whole fucking
Disney?
space? That's the whole fucking movie YouTube. It's actually tragic as someone who really fucked with movie YouTube. Like growing up, it was one of my big entry points into YouTube. It's what made me originally want to become a YouTuber. The first videos I ever made were like my DVD collection update and shit like that. Now that doesn't fucking exist. It used to be a wholesome space for fandom and nerdy conversations. Now it's like, can you believe that Snow White is Mexican? It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and to that point, like pop culture is a big gateway. It is a big gateway for radicalizing people to the right through these different issues, like Disney went woke, trans people, which seems like that's how Anna came to some of her point of views too, based on some of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I agree that it is a great gateway, and I think that the left should be getting more into that as well, because you don't really see a ton of leftists talking about pop culture. Not that many. Not as many as what you see on the right.
The problem is with the left is that like actually lots of conversations about pop culture are had through the lens of like feminism and leftism and oppression of minorities, but it all happens in like, university papers and like academic discussions that don't reach the masses. What the right wingers are good at is applying those lenses, but then turning it into propaganda. yeah, layman's term propaganda that just some asshole with like a 75 IQ who's never been laid will get all riled up about, right? All of a sudden he's on the algorithm, he's getting triggered, he's getting pissed off, and he's going to come back for more because that adrenaline spike that you get from, the triggering, right? But I think leftists, they just haven't figured out how to manufacture that content for the masses. They only manufacture it for their fellow enlightened,
exactly,
intellectual.
Yeah, and that is very true. It's like, and I mean, definitely there is a lot of anti-intellectualism on the right.
He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movement that arise out of Zionist
You are out of your mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel, you bigot? You are so out of your mind. Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think that
racist piece of shit?
Thanks,
Do you think all Arabs have one mind? Is that what you think?
Let's talk
Ethan,
facts.
you don't know.
And Egypt.
You got a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you
Hey, Hassan.
so you can not look like a dumbass. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco. Each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant.
See, it's a dub. That's a dub.
Folks,
Is he still going?
with us here today.
Oh, perfect. Thanks for recommending the stream that's just about to end.
The lead is ours. Overdrive. You know what Langley expects. Get it done.
So I'm watching this now. This is H3.
You're falling behind, Crimson.
Trying.
Outside it.
Respectful conversation with ex-co-host Hassan Black. I feel like this title is this like almost just like a please Hassan. Anyway, some of you may have seen this already, but I haven't watched the whole thing. I've only seen clips.
Hey, everybody, welcome to the show.
What a fucking nightmare. Exactly. How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Ski? Tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
I'm pretty confident Ethan thought Sam was going to take money. The H3 crowd didn't know Sam Cedar was a
Release napalm strike on my mark. Bring it in, recon.
Six months ago or something. I was just going through and I just realized I'm no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So,
is that right there. This like, is it humility? I don't even know. Like a guy who's already asked me to kind of disarm. It just nice.
Ice the sharpshooter.
Disarming. Yeah, you're right. Great.
that
You
trying to get dead?
I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter.
Locate a shock shot. Back off, asshole.
Perpetuates basically like Nazi shit. So.
yeah.
That made me laugh too. The lore, like this is like a goddamn RPG.
Further down the hill, I have cognitive dissonance between politics and.
I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meeting.
Hostile shooter!
My thought we would just that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like
It was going to be off air, and then he crushed him.
I could probably turn this thing into a bomb.
Jews, just to be clear. Myself as a
Even nicer. Which is kind of probably so. Maybe more receptive.
Move, move!
Yes, yes, you do have to talk about Hassan, according to you. Because every question or comment you have has Hassan's name in it.
And I don't know if you agree with that. Some type of
Tally.
Have you guys ever seen the state of Israel and like what it's like there? I mean, it's
Sniper, find cover!
The city is so segregated, and a lot of their culture is segregated. And obviously, apartheid, the settler colonial stuff in West Bank, and then obviously what's happening in Gaza. It is a crazy place. It's so mix of sort of this Western, like that kind of shit, and then also mixed with culture, a totally different one. It's hard to explain. It's like they're trying to. It's a colonialist process. But they're trying to force sort of this Western way of life.
Enemy Molotov incoming!
It's not. We're not America. We're not. But they get funded and stuff by America so much.
Hold the line from the stars to lose.
Because there's no it's such an abrupt cultural. And I wish this place could just be cool. I wish religious site was just shared by all, and kind of like we all just shared our collective. Like a lot of us have origins in and around this place, no matter what. And it could be cool instead it's just this terrible, terrible thing.
You made it look easy, Crimson.
Hell yeah! That's how it's done!
I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, "Who are you to talk about this?" I did not say that. I only
the white Polish guy whose family got there in 1946.
Enemy field upgrade. Not good.
Yeah, I mean, as long as that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, positive per se. So, regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was.
So the generation that experienced the Holocaust was teaching.
Into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly felt a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive.
Damn.
Sure. I guess I think what the poll attempts to is basically if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think
a lot of people on the left
brings up Hassan.
To frame that, he always does this.
We don't have to talk about Hassan, but I'm going to bring up Hassan right now.
Very hard to paint it as an entire movement that's just against Ethan, which makes him start to identify less and less with being on the left, which of course you can't be on the left if you're like a full-blown Zionist, or even like a half-blown Zionist. Not really. Which is kind of my
At best, you can be a liberal.
Attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like
Liberal Zionist. There's only two kinds of Zionists. Liberal and guess conservative. Makes sense. I mean, they're just kind of keeping what's been happening since the start. Netanyahu.
My thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israel.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just criticism.
Really, I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone who's as the official sanctioned Jewish man. Sam Cedar, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi. You ever taken one of those?
But I'm quite sure I have some Jewish ancestry too, so I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99%. That's my. Right, that's where my authority comes from. So at any rate,
Sam's like, I don't care. Strange. Pretty strange to talk about racial purity.
Am I showing you a little content?
Let me also
okay, I'll just get into it then. Okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with the here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently had a wedding, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears.
It's the beanie, man.
To be wearing a beanie.
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
So I thought just a fine look for our good friend Tim. Very good. Yeah. So
Sam is like, can we talk about the topic?
Your colleagues.
Let me set up what I believe. What have you heard about me?
I have not heard much. I have, like, the only thing in any of my mentions on BlueSky, I'm also on BlueSky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that was it, but I don't, look. You mentioned in the a lot of grief that you've taken, and I know that other people have also.
Enemy field upgrade. Not good.
I don't believe that. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted or whatever, have CPS sick on them or any of that. I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm about what Israel is doing, and
I appreciate him for framing this, reframing this.
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my
I love same-season
feelings on the
field upgrade.
Dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well.
I do think that we should deplatform people, but I think what he means is like sort of
Alpha, Tango, battle words.
Then we just get sort of like a mass report thing, and then someone just deplatforms like that. I'm fine if someone.
These guns are so good.
For sure. I think in most cases.
Maybe.
Here's my position right after October.
Unless they're wrong, right?
7th. And
push through! Hey, incoming missile!
October 7th. Listen. Netanyahu, who should resign for being a war criminal, okay? He's in a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way,
tactical incoming! This was not in my contract.
Children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building,
So this is while having
much 100%.
Hassan.
Okay? It's fucking it's disgusting. You know.
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of like the one thing that liberal Zionists will never agree on is the right to return, as demonstrated by Ethan with the whole, basically like the white replacement theory that like if we let Palestinians live here with full rights, that they're gonna outbreed us. It's just kind of fucked up. The thing is, and what the thing that they never acknowledge, no Zionist ever acknowledges, is that they hold all the cards. They want to act like Hamas holds a single card. They own no cards. Thus the desperate, thus the desperate actions like October 7th that you see in any kind of attempt. And you know what? Hamas not only fights for Palestinian liberation, they have to. Because Palestinians would not support them if they didn't fight for their rights. Don't you get that? They don't give a fuck about Israeli rights. Why should they? They don't give a fuck about Israeli rights. You need to give them rights now. And your part replacement theory, Arab gonna replace the Israelis. Dog shit. Shove it up your ass. Take it out. Shove it up there again. You fuck. You racist piece of shit.
Probably should not be operating.
2025. Get your fucking brain out of your asshole. One love. We're all one people. Fuck you.
I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding their... I don't even watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th, and obviously that was coming off the end of me being like kind of. I mean, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news.
So the fuck what? Fuck you. Shut up.
Enemy deleted.
It keeps me up when fucking I think about this fucking genocide. So I don't give a shit if you were kept up, you stupid.
I don't understand.
I think much of what you said was true.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I've not seen the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary, and there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion.
Tactical incoming!
It's not a perfect analogy to what's happening in this country. When you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of.
And that's the thing about specifically Ethan, like the true lesson of the Holocaust, like the true lesson, not the one that's like
don't let up.
used to exploit and justify the state of Israel, thus genocide in Palestine, all of Palestine.
All mission objectives.
The Holocaust of the Israeli state propaganda.
I thought there'd be less running. That's on me, though.
The true lesson of the Holocaust is exterminationism is always wrong. No matter who it is.
Incoming flag.
Was it bad? The Holocaust? Are you fucking kidding? It's not even worth asking that question, how bad the Holocaust was. But if the lesson you took away from the Holocaust was that, like, Israel has a right to commit genocide, that's the wrong lesson. Because we're all one humanity. And okay, I'll get off this whole heartfelt talk for a second and talk realistically. Was like the whole idea that Israel is the only place Jewish people can go to be safe is, like, from top to bottom, a false statement. Like, there's nothing safe about living in Israel. Like, there's nothing safe about living fucking anywhere. Let's be real. But it doesn't, and like, people in Israel proper aren't like as safe as they possibly could be, even though they have an iron dome over their heads. Like, I mean, not to say that Israelis aren't safe generally, they're safe, like proportionally safe. I mean, to be honest, if everyone who lives in Israel would probably be safer somewhere in the West, not in the Middle East. I mean, that's what World War II was fought for, right? So Jewish people could live safely wherever they want, particularly Europe. That's why nearly like 30, 40 million people died trying to destroy the Nazis, who were genociding Jewish people in Europe. Like, that was their goal. We fought a war to stop that so Jews can live in Europe safely and peacefully. What's the point of genociding Palestinians for a quote-unquote Jewish homeland when we already fought very hard to make Europe safe for not just Europe, but the whole West? I mean, not just safe. I mean, the highest of power consider us like a Judeo-Christian whole, like the West is Judeo-Christian. How safe? Where can we be more safe in the West? Why can't you understand that, like, this adventure into the Middle East is colonial and evil and can't exist without the genocide? So the best we can do is to try to establish a place now that's not an Israeli ethno-state. It needs to be reformed into a place that everyone has a right to live there. And as far as I'm concerned, based on the development since the Nakba catastrophe, you can have every Palestinian who lost a place, who lost land, who lost their home, you can bring every single one back and not have to displace a single Jewish Israeli. I think there's enough room for everyone. This idea that, like, they're going to become the majority and then chase us out, it ain't gotta be like that. Why would it be like that? As long as we give everyone equal rights and everyone livelihood, equal rights under the law. No one has a country where people aren't getting kicked out of their homes and letting other people move in based on their ethno-religion. A place anyone has a right to live there. Like, what if a bunch of Italians wanted to like live in Israel and they're like, why aren't you scared that a bunch of Italians are going to come there and take over and become the majority? Shut the fuck up, man. Let people have their lands back. Let people at least like reparations. Reparations for Palestinians from the Israeli state. Reparations and the right to return. Because we don't even know if the houses that their land was living at is even still there. If it is, they should get it back. Especially if these are recent refugees. Whoever just moved in there like a few years ago should get the fuck out now and move back to Brooklyn. Like, seriously, fuck off. Fuck you. What the hell's wrong with you? Fucking weirdo. Zionist fucking creep. Like, literally, can you imagine being an American? Like, who knows where you live? You can live anywhere. Anywhere. From sea to fucking shining sea, you can be a Jewish person. Doesn't matter from where. If you decide to uproot from the United States and go move into a house where a Palestinian family used to be in, it's mine now. You don't pay for that shit. I mean, dude, literally, like the local terrorists and the IDF, IOF terrorizes you until you leave or just straight kick you out, and then you're like, hey, bro, you want this place? And you're just like, yeah. If you're just like, yeah, you're fucked. You're a fascist. You're a scum. You should have your teeth removed and replaced with 100 dicks. Including your own. Or if you don't have a dick, you should have your JJ turned inside out. Not really. I'm sorry.
There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there. But I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean,
yeah, that's a great point. Character. And it seems to be a flawed character. And I mean, it's sad, right? Because just like here, a lot of the people who are sort of bewitched into taking an extreme right-wing position do so through propaganda and succumbing to it and not really understanding how to parse reality. And it's by design, right? There are good people who end up getting just corrupted through various means, not to mention just if they grew up there, how the state military is held, the racial tensions. So you're on the side of the oppressor, but you're going to feel growing up the oppressed being assholes to you because you're part of a system that's assholes to them. And so it's just like American slavery, just like apartheid in South Africa, it breeds racial tensions when you start to aggress on those lines, and it only deepens.
I'm not gonna lie, I would give everything I have to just have someone in my chat talking to me. So if you're watching right now and you put something in the chat, I will see it. I will respond to it. I will give it all my attention. I'm looking to give you attention. I would do anything for it. God, that's weird.
Until there's a breaking point.
And I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza that they wouldn't change their mind, but I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So, as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel. It's really, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like...
well, they are isolated. They built apartheid, man. They built apartheid walls around the whole fucking place. Their entire culture is a series of walls. You're gonna start to feel isolated when you colonize in the Middle East and force European Jews to take that and then use military action to essentially just like continue the Holocaust, but on a different population. It's so sick. It sucks so much. Like the legacy of the Holocaust and like the Jewish homeland after the fact is so sad. It just, it's like, just what a failure to learn a lesson.
I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear. And the
world wants the country to disappear. What the fuck are you talking about? In that I'm anti-state, but when he says disappear, every Israeli sympathizer or Jewish person that's just like sensitive about this, they think, oh my God, they're gonna bomb us. They're gonna bomb Israel. Like that is not what I imagine when I imagine the dissolution of the Israel.
If they don't want to be bombed, like they should. Here's what's going to happen. If Israel doesn't stop now, dissolve the ethno-state, and build a fair society and a fair, just, and ungenocidal state where Israel, where from the river to the sea exists right now, a single, fair, democratic, secular, equality for all. You've already got a lot of people there now. No one's gonna clear out, but we can bring more people in, can't we? Is there not enough room, not enough development, not enough building up, where we can give reparations to Palestinians and the right to come back and get a place? They should get a place to live for free, just like all goddamn fucking Israelis get. Yeah, we can do that. You can do that. You've got the money to do that. You can get help if you did that from others, from other nations, from the international community. You can bring people back. This idea that like if Arabs are able to come back, if Palestinians are able to return to their ancestral homelands, that like they're going to wipe you out. Take that idea, pull it out of your brain, put it behind you, shove it up your fucking ass. Because it's dog shit. Take that idea and fuck yourself with it. Because it's not, it's ahistoric. It's ahistoric. Like, famously, when the South African apartheid was overthrown, every single white South African Afrikaner was executed, hung high across the entire border of the country. I'm gonna be honest. If that actually did happen, here's an impression of me. Here's an impression of me in the middle of the night.
Israeli state. I imagined a dissolution of the apparatus that continues to uphold apartheid and build walls and create racial injustice and ethnic cleansing and genocide. And instead, just is whether it's called Israel or whatever, is a state where people who live there can live freely. That's all I imagine. I don't fucking imagine anything. I imagine the dissolution of your fascism. I mean, everything else is just like kind of what happens when you go full fascist, and then the rest of your neighbors are like, this sucks. You know, what the fuck? What do you mean? Are you supposed to have fucking tons of allies right now? I just feel like they don't like us. Well, they don't.
Now, obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. You know, I was looking up. We killed in Iraq. You know, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but you know, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And
that's fucking crazy. By the way, I mean, can you believe that due to the context of what's happening, the small population but high density of Gaza, right? I guess it's a high density for the size, but like, or high population for the size, but it's not like that many people, like a few million people, right? And we bombed the shit out of Iraq. I mean, literally, indiscriminately, carpet bombing, Operation Iraqi Free, just dropping fucking bombs on whole families, bombing weddings. It happened for, I mean, a generation and a half of people that live there. So, I mean, there's no wonder that they fucking wouldn't like us. I wouldn't fucking like it. I don't like us, I guess. I mean, not as much as they don't, though. So I just don't understand how you could possibly imagine a different response from the locals.
And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind.
Yeah, I agree. To frame it as like, oh, the Israeli people, they're really the true victims of their own actions.
I mean, two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Absolutely.
People
absolutely.
People who are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do. But
you can care about.
But I don't think should be centered in your thoughts. I think that's a tertiary. I think you recognize that
front
while that is happening.
Overdrive. Remind those shitheads who they're dealing with.
And there is. But you don't center that, or you don't center the Gazan situation. Or a year and a half ago.
Two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, we can care about two things. And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean,
based on their identity, you know.
Yeah, like a Palestinian.
I mean, like, of course.
Well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people. Anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. In the context of like
Move it!
Parent, obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them, and it's a question of prioritizing.
Come on, you're losing this fight. There's an enemy shooter! I am not made for this. I just.
Well, I mean, I just said like presented as the population isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations about the American Jewry who's like.
Et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like, we are.
Hope I don't die. That would be super not good.
Genocide, I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, and to. I think is I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Hostile sighted.
Did you say blinkered? What an old-timey guy. This guy reads books. Blinkered. Sheesh. Wait, why is it peaking? I actually think this is a literacy thing, but like, it just continues to go. I'm surprised. Why? Blinkered. It's not. No, I don't know. I'll look that up.
problem, and just to say, I agree with you. Like, obviously, the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, obviously, whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like with Israel. But I do agree with you. It's just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like, there's not a lot of
Push through!
I think that allow them to have that.
Tango, the battle words.
There are some, I mean, you know, Haaretz, you know, publisher of the
Nice. We're pulling ahead.
What was going on there, and the paper was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down.
Damn it, we've lost the lead.
What's your explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look,
It's not that they're evil, right? Shut up.
I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like a failure to deal with the trauma. I think, but I think some of it is, frankly, racism. I think, you know, how can you explain? You know, how can I explain how I just want
We got the lead. Now hold it.
Watching a video of people being, you know, taken into the El Salvador and having their head I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I can explain how the
Leads
are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong.
Take a break. When do we get over? Hey, incoming lethal!
Some kind of mass failure to deal with trauma.
You're falling behind.
I don't know all those things. I think part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, you know, immigrants to Israel over the past decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it. I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze.
The type of people that are drawn to move to Israel are far right-wing, usually colonial settlers that are down with the project, right?
Applies it beyond sort of, you know, vague notions.
Sure.
But
Yeah, and I
from
agree,
my
yeah.
perspective, it's gobsmacking. And you know, to me,
Yeah. Or even there's American Christians and stuff that do it as well. They just have to be able to petition the government.
Folks before entering heavy combat, but oh well.
as a kid, or you know, 3 years ago. You know, I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled. But to me, it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has. Zionism in the failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. Massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And
I totally agree. If America stopped backing Israel, it would stop. It would be perfect. That's exactly what needs to happen. America yet again. I mean, it's
I could probably turn this thing into a bong.
They would have to focus. This sucks.
As a Jew who sees my
push through!
That's where I'm coming from with this. That I don't know if there's a psychological state that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so, you know,
It's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason. And it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying, but I have a reason to ask you about.
And, I mean,
we're talking about the military and stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Every
the American military. Yeah, I think we should cut ties with them.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Be on Israel's side.
I agree with you on that.
I think they should.
Well, what I mean is they.
Knock it off, Pratt.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure.
You have a different connection to Israel than
Until it's over. So they can keep themselves safe.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
You know, through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's. I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what people doing in the context of this country. It's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know. And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this battle started between...
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing it, just what...
Quit bringing up Hassan.
We've taken control.
It's crazy because, like, for 13 and a half minutes...
We've lost the lead.
...is through Sam's discussion here, being able to sound like he's on the side of this, right? But then he keeps framing shit weird.
One of my criticisms of his
like, he doesn't realize how much of the narrative is shaped.
MTC's in the red. It's now or never.
Israeli propaganda on the topic, and of course, probably people he knows that listen to the Israeli propaganda on the topic.
Push through!
Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like...
I don't think she would have stopped the war and been a perfect...
Oh, sure. Shoot the funny man. Real classy.
Let's face it, the liberals are trash, and it's really, really sad to see that, human beings are not very good to each other.
Like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera, the Trump hotels. I mean, that's...
It just came out that... I mean, listen, I think...
Well, we're talking about Kamala.
I suspect that...
God damn, I love this game of victory. Hotel Sierra.
Wow, I am way too blazed for this right now.
Level, like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything to what I would hope the difference would have been.
Target appears hostile.
Maybe implicated the behavior of Israel.
She lost the presidency in a fucking layout, just like Hillary Clinton did. It's nuts. They just can't get the head. I think that's really a big problem for liberals in general. They have no convictions besides let's keep the status quo going. You know what I mean? I'm going to play lip service towards things that poll well from a perspective, and then everything else is status quo. Liberals are trash. They're trash.
So, I mean, look, I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils. But
me too.
Yeah, me too. And I think that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah.
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think,
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like, a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan, who has a huge influence on people.
He's blaming the election on Hassan.
I think, and who's someone who was who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever,
he keeps bringing up Hassan,
and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote. That's fine.
Domination. Teach those pathetic crimson bastards a lesson.
Lesser of two evils, and what that means.
Secure an
it's an
alpha.
abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean,
Taking Bravo underway. Alpha secure. Nice.
Capturing this
Pulling ahead. Being secured. Securing Charlie.
Charlie 1. Concussion grenade.
Losing B. Alpha. Secure C.
In the election for our least powerful.
All locations locked down.
Outside us.
Dig in and hold.
Sending the Semtex. Incoming.
We're losing Charlie. RCXD maneuvering. We've lost Charlie.
I don't think it is. I don't really begrudge someone for not wanting to vote for Kamala Harris. I really wish they would. A little less bad for people, generally speaking. The Trump presidency seems to
Hey, incoming lethal!
Taking stim. Losing A. Losing Bravo.
Watch it!
It's
lost B. Secure C. B locked down.
Like, what do those two have to do with each other, right?
Locking down Charlie. Hold your position. We're losing Alpha.
It feels like
They made an active choice. And I think, the Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage, they made an active choice to signal.
Shutting down Palestinian forces.
Bravo. We lost C.
Please stop.
She would have. They were making an active choice.
The DNC is trash. Liberals are trash. Democrats are bad. Vote for the least amount of Democrats you possibly can.
Losing B.
I don't know what mitigating this is.
Losing A.
Capturing the
taking C. Bravo lost. Control zone C.
Hey, incoming lethal! Watch it!
Anti-Semitism, and you think that
Eyes on hostile concussion.
We're losing Alpha.
Seem to have conveyed that, compared to the
Oh, capturing lockdown. Hold those SOBs back.
Again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers.
They're taking C. Losing Bravo.
God, is that blood?
Charlie.
Blood.
Losing B.
Regardless of your background, any kind of you couldn't even as Felix was posting.
Secure C.
Any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious.
Hey, incoming lethal!
Lost B.
So this is why he brought up the study.
Semtex front.
Capturing
this objective.
It's not fit to be a dog walker. To me, that seems
dog.
Bravo dog.
Dehumanizing language about what could.
Oh my God, you're centering.
It's not dehumanizing language. Fuck.
He says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really
Sorry,
quick.
I gotta correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
He's talking about Zionism.
If you look at what's happening right now, and
push through!
Yeah, but what does it mean? Right?
I just think this is such a idea that
Take it, C.
Hey, incoming lethal! Yeah, watch it!
Deploying Archangel.
Capture and go! Maybe the hierarchy.
Maintain current posture.
You're making this about anti-Semitism.
Losing B.
Hopscotch about,
Deploying RCXP. Losing A.
Yes.
Losing Charlie.
Call my father and ask him if this is just one. That is just a.
Lost C.
He's clearly talking about
Hey, incoming lethal! Tactical incoming!
Got me eyes in the sky.
Honestly, I know he's not good up, but I looked bad up when I was stopped. I mean, I understand his criticisms of Sam Cedar.
No medals for
and
second
his crew.
place. Crush those dirtbags.
Honestly, and if he, honestly, I trust Empanado's judgment, and if he feels the need to criticize anyone, I will listen with open ears and an open mind more than probably anyone at this point in the realm of politics.
Crimson's falling back. Hell of a show today, Monaco.
But Sam Cedar's a positive force. That's all I'll say. That's all I'm going to say.
It is not keeping Israelis safe. And the idea that he said positive any time.
Sniper removed.
Like, not all positive forces are perfect. And they can be made perfect through Empanado's analysis. Glorious leader. The whatever. I gotta pee.
Show 5 or as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day, and to focus in on that one.
This is not a clip, Sam. You don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
Oh my God. It's not a totality of behavior. It's literally, he says Zionism and then he says Israel. Holy shit.
And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying
You're saying
he's literally engaging with it, Ethan.
You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes, in fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews. That have nothing to do with it.
Oh my fucking God. This is exactly what the propaganda is designed to make you do. It makes you go, oh no, there's a genocide, and then the propaganda has you redirected towards, yeah, but there's anti-Semitism in response to this. And like some of it's real, and you're like, oh, that's really bad. And then it makes you conflate everything else with fucking anti-Semitism because you can't differentiate between criticism of the state and criticism of the fucking actual like ethnic group as a whole.
Complete mischaracterization.
It's not. He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel?
Exactly.
How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it not
describes most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
No.
Describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I don't know. What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
Oh my God. That's what Israel is doing.
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example.
Team deathmatch. Use of deadly force has been approved.
Oh my fucking God. Oh, he's so dumb. Ethan, please.
We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
That is conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well on that.
Jews,
I think-
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that. Yeah, no, you're doing the opposite. You're endorsing.
Decades of thought about this.
So, right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How do you care about it? I think it's dangerous
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean, people have a collective memory of trauma, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with people utilizing language, like saying, you're not fit to walk a dog.
Fucking
I mean,
God.
what are we doing
You're
here?
not fit to walk a dog. Oh my fucking God.
They've taken the lead.
It's irresponsible language.
He's not.
Shut the fuck up.
We claim the advantage. Now hold it.
You can't just continue to assert a thing. You have to defend.
He's trying to lecture Sam Cedar on this.
You can't just say he's doing the bad language. Fucking prove it. Sam disagrees. Make an argument.
I'm talking about
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, he's not.
You said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
And
have?
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like I support them, but
I've
like I
had
think
positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally not what Hassan is saying. And Sam is like, yeah, he's not talking about me. He's talking about Zionists.
I hope this ends EK's career, please, or just I don't know where I've said this, but I've said it a couple times already. He's got 3 options. No, I think this is the way. Yeah, this is. I learned from Inglourious Bastards. If you're going to trick the Nazis, you got to use this 3 options. 1, concede on every point. Be like, yo, I've been wrong. I'm wrong. Across the whole board. Zionism is evil. It's fascist. And I am now an anti-fascist. Best case scenario. He becomes an anti-fascist. Not only, I mean, because he's too dumb to realize that, like, you're an anti-fascist, you're still anti-Nazi, bro. You still want to fuck up Nazis. It's not even like, we have nothing, we destroy Nazis. You see Nazis running around, bash them with hammers. If you are a Jew and ain't down with that, it's weird. It's weird. Why wouldn't you be? If you're an anti-fascist, you want to smash Nazis, but you can't be a Zionist. Why? Zionists are fascists too, and we bash their asses too, bitch. All fascists get bashists. Why? Because they're cancer. It's kind of like you got to kill cancer before it kills you. You got to rip it out before it kills your whole body, the whole world. There's social cancer. And it can't be tolerated for like a millisecond. Fascism is on this earth to be eradicated. And nothing else. Not to be tolerated, not to be listened to, not to humor. And absolutely, obviously, not to follow and adhere to. Fascism exists. if humanity has a future, if humanity is going to become an intergalactic species, fascism has to be annihilated. Ideologically speaking, it has to have a nuke dropped on it. All attempts to bring it back up will result in radiation poisoning. If you disagree, you are fucked. Period. There's only one way forward, and there's literally only one country who is moving in that direction, and I don't even have to, I'm not even gonna name it. If you don't know what country that is right now, there's literally one who's gonna bring humanity forward. And if we have any chance of becoming an intergalactic species that will save the planet and move possibly to other planets and can make a mark in infinity, a species that will be infinite, that will live on forever, a species that will never go extinct, unlike every other species on this planet who weren't able to become If we become an intergalactic species, it ensures our species' survival into perpetuity. Or at least it, it makes that much more likely. If humans can exist on more than one planet, that almost guarantees humanity will never go extinct. But we would have to figure out our solar system situation because the sun ain't gonna last forever. We need to figure out a way to either able to encapsulate his power, figure out how to not blow it up, or we gotta figure something out, y'all. Does humanity want to live into infinity? We could if we wanted. Humanity could spread across the cosmos and figure out the mysteries of the quantum world and use that to our advantage. Or do we want to fight over dumb shit and then die?
Zionism is a political.
Okay, we're gonna Hassan just posted recapping the Ethan Klein debate. I hope this is long. This is real long.
We're gonna be doing
45 minutes, baby. Love it. I love you, Hassan. If you hear this, Hassan, I want to give you smoochies.
Expected this to happen. I mean, I have to do a recap, right? It's been crazy. We had 120,000 people tuning in here yesterday, 130 almost, and another 100K on the other side. Asmongold, this is the thing that a lot of people actually watched. It was the most unemployed Super Bowl of all time, and obviously, I'm going to be talking about that. I'm going to be talking about some aspects of it because, I do feel apologetic. In some ways, I feel kind of sad because my goal yesterday, as you guys probably noticed or you probably heard ahead of time because I kept saying it over and over again, was to have a conversation around the actual situation that matters, which is Israel's mass starvation campaign, and also how my former podcast co-host has handled himself throughout this process with an endless sea of harassment, right? Endless sea of harassment towards people that don't have the same perspective that he does. I guess the apology that I want to start off with is that, I think I should have redirected it further. I think I should have redirected the conversation back to the issues that matter a little bit further. But there were definitely instances where I just kind of let him get away with saying things and then moving on, even though he was very clearly lying about those things. And I had evidence. I had the information. I could have just pulled it up. But it was very difficult to pull up some of the information. He didn't want me to show my side all that much. Ultimately, he did most of the work making himself look a certain way to the onlookers, but I do believe that, like, I believe personally, because I have a very high bar here for myself, that I wanted to clear in terms of actually getting to the issues that matter and not letting anything get away with by, saying things like that he is actually against the genocide and that he is actually admitting to it being a genocide, because his behavior did not make sense. His behavior was inconsistent. And there was also some issues that I wanted to get to, the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism that we didn't actually talk about as well. I don't know. I go back and forth on thinking whether or not Ethan genuinely and legitimately thinks I'm anti-Semitic because of the way he's presented himself. I still land on him him hating me and then just wanting there to be a good reason for him to hate me beyond the fact that his fan base turned on him and it hurt his feelings because they did not see him as an intellectual beacon who had the morally correct position on Israel-Palestine. And they didn't treat him with a bit of grace and baby him through the process because the situation was direct, and the conflict in and of itself, the genocide, is so severe that it's impossible for people to not have an unnuanced and very straightforward opinion on it. And it's understandable because this is the one thing that is understandable to have a black and white perspective on, right? But yeah, Ethan Klein, regarding the zone of interest comparison, so you're saying everyone living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp? Hassan, yes. Yeah, of course. But again, I know you are still not assuming good faith from Ethan after yesterday. You're too good, King. No, I don't. I did not even expect him to be that good faith in general. I just didn't expect how bad faith he would get. But it doesn't matter because people who watched it, who already had preconceived notions of Israel-Palestine, that have found themselves in this unique slotting ideologically where they think Israel's doing a genocide, but also everyone that's resisting against said genocide are also bad. This is an interesting position that American liberals have because of the endless amount of Islamophobic sentiment, the endless amount of Western chauvinism that has been baked into their collective consciousness. Every single militancy, every single organization, every single standing military that has ever resisted against Western forces is always in the wrong until time has passed and they've maybe won some concessions or liberated their country, at which point it's appropriate. But while it's happening, while we're in the process, it's the age-old adage: liberals are for every civil rights movement except the current one. Liberals are for every single anti-war movement except the current one. Yeah, people go, IDF and Hamas are in the wrong. It's not a hard concept, but it actually is an incredibly unnuanced position to take, because no, they're not both in the wrong. It's not a hard concept. One is a significantly worse group than the other, the IDF being the significantly worse group. And the reality of the matter is, many people don't want to recognize that, even though it is objectively true. I hope that that 14-month subscriber understands my position on this, because there is no comparison between the Israeli occupying force and Hamas, especially because Hamas is a militant resistance group against the apartheid that is maintained by the Israeli occupying force. That is the major problem. I'll give you what the areas that I think were just super dominant throughout the entire conversation, and I'll tell you what my biggest L's were. In terms of the areas where my biggest, I guess, quote unquote W's were, there are, I believe, around 7, if not more, instances where Ethan basically agreed to my position and even went as far as to apologize for things that he has done in the past. So that's fairly significant. Most of it was from the context nuke, and I think that that's not something to just lightly cast aside, especially considering that this is supposed to be his pivotal work that he put a lot of effort and research into. Or even with the ADL example, or even the CPS call. I was and what's interesting about that is he had to basically admit that he had no evidence whatsoever that it was actually coming from my community at all, or even the snark subreddits. Oh, by the way, this chatter saying, honestly, your only L was calling Gila, getting him to admit Gila is a terrorist or something. No, the reason why I brought that up was to expose the double standard, to showcase Ethan's Islamophobia, Ethan's racism in this process, because it plays a big role. I don't have the attitude, and I tried to explain to him over and over again, like, what Gila had done was a night raid. And the only reason why I know what that looks like, what a night raid looks like, and what the actual express purpose of the Israeli occupying force is in conducting those night raids is because of breaking the silence. Breaking the Silence is an Israeli philanthropic organization, an Israeli organization that works against the occupation. And it's comprised entirely of former Israeli occupying force veterans. So, of course, I have interviewed people who have been a part of the Israeli occupying force, as well as interviewed people that have been conscientious objectors. So I don't actually hold people's social conditioning when they're young against them. I think that would be silly. It is entirely the opposite of my worldview. It goes against my worldview. I believe everyone can change their attitude. Everyone can change their mentality. My frustration was twofold. One, that he, on the one hand, washed that aside by saying she was 19, it's forced mandatory conscription, but then also simultaneously would turn around and smear a dude and call him a fucking terrorist, which a lot of people still keep claiming over and over again. If you want to get it right, you can get it right. I don't have an issue with, even if he was a Houthi, I would not have an issue with interviewing him, for the record, as I've said over and over again. Yeah, I know you were trying to say can you call Rashad a terrorist, for instance, but not Hila, to get him to understand the double standard, but it seems like you were just trying to call Hila a terrorist, I think. No, because I did say exactly those words, but I guess it gets lost in the conversation when the impact point is getting Ethan to say that his wife could be considered a terrorist just to move on. Yeah, and he asked me how I feel about that as well, and I tried to explain to him, like, I don't hold people's past actions against them as long as they have learned and have grown from their previous positions, because I understand, as someone who lives in the Western world, as someone who lives in America, I understand how powerful social conditioning is. I understand how someone who's 18 years old will join the Israeli Defense Force from their perspective, right? I get that. I totally understand that. But through the cruelty of their actions, like, they should recognize that this is wrong, or at least 10, 20 years down the line, they don't still maintain the position that what they did was good and that still continuously defend the Israeli occupying force. People, even leftists, seem to be struggling with the conversation around sexual assault in relation to the conflict. So those are the two L's that I'm gonna talk about. One, the conversation revolving mass sexual assault, systematic sexual assault directed by Hamas. I will be talking about that extensively. And then the other conversation that I think got lost in the weeds was, I feel like we talked past one another on the Avi Shlaim point, on the point about the Nakba being compared to expulsion and also voluntary migration of Jewish people from surrounding Arab nations. And I think on that one, we definitely talk past one another, and I want to, like, go back and relitigate it, or I want to go back and understand Ethan's position, because I think one of the main points of contention here always is the fact that Ethan will present my position in the worst possible framework to make it seem as though I don't believe certain things that he's bringing forward. And the reality of the matter is, there's never been a moment where I have denied that there has not been expulsions of Jewish people or pogroms of Jewish people, especially in the aftermath of 1948, especially in the aftermath of the Nakba. This is something that I have talked about as well over and over and over again. But the problem, there's two problems with Ethan's framework. One, that he believes that I'm denying that Jews were harmed in this process in surrounding Arab nations. I'm not denying that at all. What I'm simply stating is that the trigger point of this all is the Nakba, which is a planned and executed deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign, which is done by one singular ideology, as opposed to the reaction of that from surrounding Arab nations cannot be attributed, cannot be compared to one another, especially when you factor in the reality that some of these surrounding Arab nations and MENA nations weren't even autonomous at that point. They were literally under the rulership of Vichy France at a certain point, or they were literally under the rulership or under the control of England at a certain point. So the notion that these countries had this organic or, collective, hive-minded anti-Semitism that manifested and exploded is utterly ridiculous in comparison to a planned and deliberate mass expulsion campaign. And the Palestinians had nothing to do with the surrounding Arab nations in any way, shape, or form, regardless. These are totally separate countries. But the reality of the matter is, he could not see beyond the fact that they were Arabs. And I think a bastardization of Avi Shlaim's perspective to drive home that point, because he got someone to basically clip from his latest book and his commentary key points that make it seem as though Avi Shlaim's ultimate perspective is that Arabs were forced to become Zionist is I think a great misunderstanding of a historian that has spent most of his work talking against that. His big point is, you know how there's a double Holocaust or a double genocide theory that a lot of neo-Nazis immediately implemented in the aftermath of World War II? This is known by scholars of history as the double genocide theory, that the USSR also did a genocide, and actually their genocides were far larger in scale and number, and therefore they are the worst party in World War II. It's a way to try to whitewash and launder the reputation of Germany, Nazi Germany. A similar perspective took place in Ethan's commentary, which is the double Nakba almost. Yeah, here's Spencer Gabb saying, I read the first two chapters of The Three Worlds after the debate. Avi Shlaim literally describes the fallacy of a double Nakba like this. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. The narrative is not history, it is propaganda of the victors. Read this excerpt highlighted from the same Avi Shlaim Ethan misquoted. Yeah, this is from Three Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, and this is from the prologue. It is impossible to make sense of this history without the regional context. Post-1950 Arab, Jewish, or Mizrahi history becomes a part of Israel's history, and as such is divorced from its wider regional environment. Zionists are only obsessively interested in the first phase of the Arab-Jewish history. They are profoundly uninterested in the second. Interested in the first phase is driven not by the search for truth, but by propaganda need to portray the Jews as victims of the endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multidimensional history is thus reduced to the quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. This narrative is not history, it is propaganda of the victors. There has never been a moment where I have discounted that there was anti-Semitism that took place, especially during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements, where a lot of these Arabic countries that had aligned themselves with European colonial at the time in an effort to develop sovereignty and nation states, even though they previously were under the rulership of the empire, for example. They did do that, and that was a big part of this pan-Arabic nationalist movement that created these nation states to begin with. Nation states whose boundaries were carefully constructed by Western superpowers. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. My book is both a personal record of a complex past and an essay with a political argument. It is a critique of Zionism from the perspective that is rarely heard outside of Israel. So, his pivotal work that Ethan was misquoting unironically seeks to address the argument that Ethan falsely presented in his context nuke, which is why I said I will have Avi Shlaim on. I'm working on it right now with some of my friends to get him on the broadcast to address this with his own personal words. Problem is lowest common denominator audience response to quick gotchas, and I hate any nuance. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that there was plenty of quick gotchas as well. It's just it's one that I was able to achieve plenty of. The problem is no one really cares about that either because everyone is invested in the conquest of drama. Everyone is invested in the conquest of like their favorite content creator, or maybe not even their favorite content creator, but like content creator that's going up against their content creator that they despise. Me in this case. That's why I saw this phenomenon of neo-Nazis, like active neo-Nazi accounts, openly singing the praises of Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, right? There were so many out and about neo-Nazi accounts on Twitter that were like, this Jew destroyed the Islamo-Turk, shit like that. And the conversation revolved around him saying that like this, the bleach sword was fucking anti-Semitic, or Frogan's thumbnail was anti-Semitic. Like these are not conversations that neo-Nazis would normally entertain at all. The reason why they were entertaining it was precisely because they like, oh, this is it. This is what I was literally talking about. Literal, actual neo-Nazis handshaking with Ethan Piker coming back from the debate with H3H3. This person's name is Haya Saka Aryan, Kaguya's top gal, a straightforward neo-Nazi, right? Like, does this not ring any alarm bells in Ethan's mind as a person who is Jewish, who has Jewish children, who is seeing the growth of anti-Semitism on the timeline, not realizing
fucking nuts.
Guys actually are more invested, perhaps for some nefarious purpose, in undermining me and my position here. I wonder what that reason is. I wonder why. I wonder why so many people who will spam W in chats.
He ain't flipping unless Hila flips.
I don't think that any of these
at this point
recognize this though, because it's so hyper.
And I don't know if there's any hope in that.
And for guys like this, I don't think this person likes Ethan. I mean, they're a neo-Nazi, right? Like they probably spot Ethan. Many of the content creators, the drama slop tubers, have actually shit on Ethan quite frequently and generated tens of millions.
But they're more than willing to use Ethan to destroy Hassan.
On Ethan as well. And why are they now on board with Ethan? Is it because my argument is awful and I am just completely wrong? Is it because they disagree? No, it's because this is an opportunity for them to try and actively undermine the position of someone who they see as an ideological opponent. And they do not see Ethan as an ideological opponent in this regard. If his community doesn't recognize that they're now welcoming these kinds of reactionary sentiments, and that's not ringing any alarm bells for them, it would be akin to me unironically aligning myself with Myron Gaines and Sneeko and Candace Owens, right? Or Dan Bilzerian. These are people with massive audiences, but I don't align myself with them. I actually spend a good deal of
the other contenders for anti-Semite of the year, who are actually anti-Semite.
Drama girlies will understand. That is a major issue here. Your sexual assault argument was the worst one to me as a survivor, but I've heard you talk about it, so I know where you're coming from. It did sound like you relied on court cases for sexual assault, which is ass, but watching your previous VODs, I know where you stand. No, I'm gonna get to that in a second as well. Because if you noticed, he did something very nefarious there. The short and sweet of it on that one was the shocking display of disingenuousness from Ethan on that part, where he said that I was denying the atrocity propaganda that Israel has committed when saying that Hamas-directed systematic rape took place on October 7. This is atrocity propaganda that is not new. This has happened throughout all kinds of settler colonial conquest. This is what the American settlers said about.
Ethan should have never agreed to. Because this is exactly why. I think when did the Debate Me Ethan Klein come out? Right after the nuke did? The context puke? I'm pretty sure that's when Hassan dropped the video on YouTube that was just titled Debate Me. And he shouldn't have. Because now it's done. Hassan is going to just he's just like, gonna take everything he's got and just beat the piss out of it. It's over. And like I said, 3 options. Concede and apologize. Try to pretend this never fucking happened. Don't concede, but just shut up about it forever and go back to the goofs and gaffs. Third option, number 3, He's going to be at that table with Tim Pool and all those fucking other weirdos on the Tim Pool podcast.
The indigenous population, right? This is what the Klan said about black people. This is always like you have to dehumanize to justify to the rest of the people that like the violence that you are going to subject them to is totally permissible. They're savages. They're barbaric, rapist savages. It is a trope for a particular reason. It is unironically the weaponization of sexual assault. The reason why I also found it particularly gross was because he demonstrated that he didn't even care about what I was saying, or he didn't even care about what anyone was saying in that regard. Simply was just like, oh, you're going to speak over this victim? You're going to speak over this victim? When in fact, the video that he showed of me prior to the victim speaking out was literally me recognizing said victim. There's never been a moment where I've said that there was no rape that took place, that especially after October 7. I've always maintained the position that there is a likelihood that sexual assaults might have happened on October 7. But the problem here is that Israel has actually destroyed the evidence and made it impossible. And his counter to that was, oh, out of the dignity for the victims, there was no time for forensic examination. And that's ridiculous because you want justice to be
absurd. It's insane to think that. It's what the fuck is wrong with Israel?
In criminal litigation,
Literally got to be the only country on the planet that doesn't want to do forensic evidence on a fucking massacre.
Investigation by the United Nations. That investigation has been blocked of Israel. That is what I was maintaining here. And the reason why it's important to note that is because a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they've actually brought forward in the UN report, by Israel's own admission, has now been undermined through forensic examination. When you saw gruesome images from October 7 and people pointed to them to say like, no, this person has been raped. And then those people, the ones that weren't actually killed in the process, came out and said that that did not happen to them. This directly undermines and showcases the importance of going beyond circumstantial evidence in terms of like analysis of footage, especially when considering that there was plenty of atrocities that took place on October 7. I've never discounted that. It is one of the most horrifying live streamed massacres before what Israel did, of course, which is infinitely more horrifying than October 7, considering what Israel's been doing is a systematic, full-blown execution of all Palestinians and their lives in the Gaza Strip with significantly more sophisticated machinery. But having said that, considering that this was almost entirely live streamed, there was a lot of evidence that instantly undermined secondhand accounts that took place on that day. The worst part of this was he actually showcased the claims made by someone who I also have recognized, who I've never actually undermined the testimony of. Amit Shoshana, I believe, is her name. And the victim that he pointed to was one that I had actually talked about in the video that he showed. Prior to that. And then he claimed that she actually had been sexually assaulted on October 7. It was one of the victims from October 7. This is an important distinction to make. He tried to present this as like me denying rape, when in fact, I was talking about a totally different subject. When people say believe all women, that's the whole point of Me Too, is to not reflexively disbelieve women, because that's precisely what people do. There's never been a moment where I've reflexively disbelieved a victim that came out. My question to Ethan was, who are these victims? What are their names that have come out? Because you might know something that I do not know from all of the things that I have read on this matter. And the secondary position that I...
that's not true.
Always, which Ethan at a certain point also recognized that he went back on, is the fact that even if there's an endless amount of evidence and it's like verifiable, there have been mass that took place, Israel's reaction is still unjustifiable. You cannot do a genocide. You cannot do a genocide on an entire population that you are the belligerent occupier of because militancy in that process conducted sexual assaults. That is completely unacceptable. Nothing will nothing will make genocide acceptable. That is my position. That has always been my position. In the aftermath of that segment, he openly recognized that he had lied and he had actually smeared me as someone who did not recognize that sexual assault had taken place at any point. That is not true. And the part about this that I find unconscionable is the fact that he also turned around and made it seem as though the testimony that she delivered was one that I was actually diminishing when it was one that I actually had recognized. But then he turned around and used her as an example for October 7, a point that he was trying to make, which was that mass rapes had taken place on October 7 and there were victims that had come out. There have not been, from what I have seen, if you recall, I think something very nefarious took place in the aftermath of October 7, as you guys know. Obviously, there were plenty of atrocities that Israel could point to, but they needed more, which is precisely the reason why they engaged in atrocity propaganda, right? 40 beheaded babies, babies lit on fire with kerosene, and all of this stuff that took place. Many of them were immediately discounted, right? Many of them were immediately discounted by Israeli media, as a matter of fact. And the reason for why they did that was because these are real victims. These are real victims that were slaughtered, right? So obviously, if you're Israeli media, you have to give them the dignity. You have to give their family members the dignity of understanding what took place. The only one that actually was left without any sort of counterposition was Hamas-backed systematized rape that took place on October 7. And I believe the reason why a lot of people were wary of immediately countering that position is because, of course, like there's a high likelihood of rape taking place, not systematized, but rape taking place on conflicts. This is my position as well. This is what I said as well over and over again. Ironically enough, in many of the clips that he was actually clipping out of context, I was debating other chatters saying there is still a likelihood that sexual violence took place on October 7 because that is a commonplace event in all conflict. Anyway, and for the record, like, the reason why I brought up the 40 beheaded babies and flamed babies in their crib stuff is because Ethan and Gila have brought that up far after it was officially recognized as propaganda that did not take place.
They went on a mission to kill as many people they can, no matter who it is, slaughter as many people as they could until they were stopped.
The mission was actually to kill civilians.
Yeah.
You can see their war plans. They went specifically to Kibbutzim to kill the inhabitants there. Those are not military compounds.
They flamed cribs with babies in them on fire. So like,
come on, what are we talking about?
They went on a mission.
Yeah, like lit babies on fire and stuff. Like, that's not real. It's just like, why is that still happening? You know what I mean? Why are people still saying that? This is supposed to be an anti-genocide broadcast. Like, do you see what I mean? This doesn't make sense with the attitude that Ethan demonstrated yesterday, or at least like some of the things that he said yesterday.
More first-hand accounts. There's even a person that survived the Nova disaster. They managed to survive it, and then I think maybe a year later or a few months later, they ended up committed suicide because they couldn't bear to live having seen what they saw on that day.
Is there more than one person that committed suicide?
It might be more. For some reason, I don't know the exact number. I know there's for sure one that I know for sure, but there might be more. And I mean, the kind of stuff that they saw was like rape, gang rape,
mutilation, torture.
Yeah. So they had to witness that and could not bear.
Yeah. So this is like
warrants first.
This is Gila Klein claiming that a No Festival survivors gang killed themselves because they couldn't deal with the trauma. She cites this as a part of her regurgitation of the genocidal atrocity propaganda, saying there's so much evidence for it. She's referring to a suicide letter that was posted online claiming this over 6 months ago, which has been debunked as a hoax by Israeli reporters a day after it came out. Even Hen Mazik and other Zionist propagandists who shared this initial report were forced to retract it 6 months after the fact that this suicide letter was revealed to be a hoax and was retracted by Israeli media. Gila is still using it as a point in her commentary to justify all the things that unfolded. This is what I mean. Here it is. This is Adam Schaffer. A story that ran in recent days about a Nova survivor who saw horrors and committed suicide did not leave a single dry eye. After trying to reach the family to tell their story, the search turned into an investigation. We will reveal tonight in the tube that it is a complete fake. It is not clear what brings people to invent like this, but to cheapen the real plight of survivors and to play with the souls of others is simply disgusting. Do you understand? Like, this is a real weaponization of sexual trauma. This is a real weaponization of fabricated stories. So, for the record, with Amit Sosana and her testimony, this is where I disagree with Zay Squirrel, because it falls in the weeds here. Because their perspective on this is that she never said it was rape. She said it was sexual assault. I don't care to make a distinction between the two. Okay, you can get mad at me if you want, but I do think that it's valid to take her testimony as it is, even if she has changed it throughout this time. Now, the other side of this was the Zaka people that was used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary. The Zaka people that were used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary were known to be fabulous. They were outed by Israeli media, once again, to have lied. Look carefully how Sandberg withdraws back from horror. Yeah, so that's the other side of this. And I believe Ethan used one of the parts of the Sheryl Sandberg documentary, for the record. I'm never going to automatically discount new information. If new information has come out that I was oblivious to, that I was unfamiliar with. The New York Times is doing this again. Israeli hostage says she was sexually assaulted and tortured. I mean, I don't think that's a fake news. Hassan is a buy. That is like the most credible reporting on a direct sexual assault from. I think you can just point out the lack of evidence for systematized assault, and most importantly, talk about why you are disputing these claims in the first place, that they are used to support genocide. Definitively say what the scale of sexual violence was or wasn't on 1070. To weed on individual cases, disproving one or the other. Don't roll over, but getting control. Let's break some close. 100%. Because yes, systematic rape conducted by Hamas, or even
Son, incoming. They had it coming.
Way too
hostile grenade.
The Western world, okay? They were doing a genocide because of all.
Frag going out. Miss me?
Enough, so they have to
Kill confirmed. Playtime's over. Let's see what you're made of.
Sunday, the Klan has done similar things with mass
Hey, get down the info!
The bombing of Tulsa, if you recall, the bombing of Tulsa revolved
Sniper working.
how black men are sexual, and then it was elevated that pre-existing stereotype was utilized in the bombing of Black Wall Street.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Why I think it's important to also carefully go through these claims that are being made. And I think Ethan, on the other hand, is incredibly careless in the claims that he was making, especially when he literally found lying about the subject matter.
Long gun.
Hostile RCXD in your AO. Watchdog helo incoming on your location.
Hey, incoming lethal!
Enemy watchdog helo overhead. Enemy RCXD detected. Watchdog helo.
guns are so heavy.